Test, test. Hang on, let me check.
Okay.
She had to go grab. Yes, we do.
Okay, we have a quorum. If we could please take a moment and stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meetings will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation. If for the record, subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public, and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of the mic. Looking towards the meeting minutes of March 20, are there any corrections or additions? May I have a motion to approve? And a second. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No. And the individual standing at the lectern, are you?
Oh, no, I'm just.
Oh, you're the first presenter.
First
Okay,
presenter.
sorry. I'm trying to make sure I'm not
I appreciate
cutting
it.
anybody's wishes off. Okay, let us move on to the next agenda item. Is there an executive director's report?
None today. Thank you all for being here.
No report. I think our first item of business is to hear from Ms. Milligan. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. And thank you to the subcommittee this morning. I'm going to keep this brief just because I know we've got a jammed agenda today. So the first item is an action item. So we're looking for feedback and approval for the state fiscal year 2026 to 2029 statewide transportation performance emissions reduction targets. And so the adoption of these will be placed on the program or planning and programming committee for consideration on the board agenda in September. Previous action, there was none. So these performance measures are recommended by the Ohio Department of Transportation, and they use it as a baseline to forecast quantifiable levels of emission reductions expected between state fiscal year 26 and state fiscal year 29. Along with the emissions reductions, they have a series of other performance measures. So they're looking at infrastructure condition, that's pavement condition and bridge condition, travel time reliability, travel time and truck time travel reliability, the total emissions reductions. So these are our CMAQ project emissions reductions, which you guys are going to be looking at today, and then traffic congestion. So annual hours of peak hour excessive delay and % of non-SOV travel. So these are the proposed statewide emissions reduction targets. And so what we'll be doing is taking a proportion of these as targeting for our CMAQ funded projects. So the numbers you see on the screen for particulate matter, NOx, and volatile organic compounds are at the 2-year and the 4-year, and that's compounded. So you can see it from 7 to 14. That's a holistic look at that 4-year target span. So these are the numbers, and these reflect kind of consistent annual trajectories of emission reductions, and these will be based on the CMAQ funded projects. So what we are likely to see with those infrastructure projects going forward. We will have the opportunity at the 2-year mark to kind of reestablish as the CMAQ projects get underway. There are some fluctuations in projects, some get delayed, some get advanced. So we'll have a time to reevaluate that at the 2-year mark. So there's no financial impact for us, and pending board approval, the targets will be incorporated into the NOACA Long Range Transportation Plan and Transportation Improvement Program to guide planning and programming efforts towards achievement. So this action is recommended to put on the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration on the placement of the board agenda in September 2026.
Okay, if I could ask you to back up and show the kilogram per time period. Those emissions reductions are attributed to the respective projects that are being enacted by ODOT?
Yes.
What is the impact to individuals in the state? I mean, these emissions reductions could be resulting from a change in engine design or in congestion management. Is there going to be a cost to individuals for these measures?
I don't think so. And my colleague Sarah White here can probably speak to more. So this was looking as those projects are funded, as those CMAQ projects are funded, they also come with an anticipated level of emission reduction. And then those are the quantified emissions reductions. So this isn't kind of holistically throughout the state. This is attributable to those specific projects. Sarah can probably speak more to that.
So this will not be a statewide emissions reduction. This will be focused on the specific areas where the projects are taking place? Okay.
Yes, that is correct. These performance measures, along with the more roadway-focused ones and the air-focused ones, are required of any state that receives these federal funds for these programs. And so this specifically is in reference to the CMAQ program, which NOACA receives about $40 million every 2 years for projects in our region.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
What other questions are there? May I have a
yeah,
motion to approve?
Mr. Hearn, through
I'm
the,
sorry?
through the chair, just, you want these reductions, and so how are they attained on a micro level? I mean, is this going to be because of better traffic flow, better stop lighting? What would bring those to these numbers?
So so for every project that gets funded, we do an inventory of what the anticipated benefit will be to air quality. So something like better traffic flow and how that will benefit the local air quality. And those are all quantifiable in the grant and during the grant process. And so this will be kind of gathering all those figures up and then funneling it up to the state. The state aggregates it for all of the CMAQ funded projects throughout the state to hit these targets. Did that answer?
So with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Approve. Is there a second? Is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion is approved. And looks like we're on to future action for information. So I believe we have a presentation for information purposes on the long-term air quality trends. Sam?
Just the arrows. All right, so start out and say hi. Um, we've had the ozone and PM2.5 forecasting protocol here at NOACA for a really long time. So when we had a transition at that forecaster position, I got kind of asked, hey, what's going on? How do we do this? How does this work? And as the air quality geek in residence, I kind of was like, hey, let's look at stuff and answer questions that nobody asked. So that's kind of my theme throughout this. And this isn't going to be as professional as the NOACA staff usually do because, well, that's not me. I teach undergraduates and graduate students and I've got to keep them interested. So there's a little bit of fun through the slides. But why am I putting you through this? Because this is my last NOACA meeting. I've been coming to these meetings since Tim and Mary Beth and Brenda and I were all toddlers. And Pam, we've been doing this forever and a day. So I'm glad that you're letting me speak. I appreciate the time. But yeah, this is great fun. But the last time we did this exercise was 16 years ago in 2009. So that's why I was answering some of these questions you're asking and answering. And then I'm hoping that it's interesting to someone other than just me. Sokolowski's not here because he's the other resident air geek, monitoring geek, but hey. But as I said, since I'm out the door, I've been doing this crap for a really long time. So there's a lot of stuff in these slides. I think, what is it? Oh, that's not 152, like 80 some slides that we're not going to go through in detail because you'll want to jump out these windows. But for people, when I'm out the door, people can refer back to these slides, see how I got to where I was and go forward. So strap in, here we go. We're on the Baton Death March. So prior to 2009, NOACA was paying Sonoma Tech like $30,000 to $40,000 a year to do forecasting back in the good old days. And we just paid them. We kind of accepted that what they were saying was right. And, there's this old adage, lies, damn lies, and statistics. Well, they were relying on the first two. I don't know which one, but they weren't up to snuff. Thankfully, I had a friend who worked for the Beacon Journal. He asked me to revise my quote because at that point my quote was, well, hell, we could do bad for cheap. We could do that for free. And he didn't put that in the paper, but it certainly earned me no friends at Sonoma Tech. When I went to the conferences, I'm like, hey, oh, I got that cold shoulder. But if that was the first or last time in my life I got that, what are you gonna do? So internally, we formed a work group to look at the data, look at the protocol, try and figure out what was going on so that we could forecast better than they did. And I think we came up with something pretty good. It was run by NOACA, Joe, and then who's running now? Kirk's running, right? Yeah, Kirk's running it now. And it was successful. Every quarter, Joe, reported out to us and said how accurate it was. We missed some, but it's like forecasting the weather. You can't get it perfect, but you get it good. And good was much better than 50-50 coin flip that Sonoma Tech was getting money for. The old protocol, you could see the only thing that's of note is the 11.8. And I'll show you why that's important later. Excuse me. But we looked at temperature. This is for PM25, the wind speed, the synoptic class, inversion presence, and wind direction. So there's all these mathing that can go in. Again, here's some of the things. Here's where our sites are. I'm sure these will be in the minutes so you can look at them at your leisure or never again. We've changed throughout the time. Again, this is more background information. Cleveland, Akron, Lake, and OEPA NITO have monitoring sites throughout this time period. Now we've cut that down. The money for running the FRMs, which are filter-based, suck up so much time and money that the feds are asking us to call it a day on those. But they're the reference method. That's the gold standard. And there's a whole lot of, again, data geeking that goes into that comment there. But they've asked us to whack back our sites. The FEMs run 24 hours a day. They give you hourly data. Some of them give them minutely data. And you could see a lot of interesting stuff where the FRMs are only 24-hour aggregate sample, and that's it. So the monitoring site is, or monitoring network for the state has really been cut back currently, but we're still getting valid, actionable, good, solid data. That's the baseline. So my data set, again, nobody here cares other than, I looked at the entire PM25 world, which is 2000 to 2025. So 25 years, 26 years of sampling data. Same with, I did similar with ozone, but there's 60,000 monitoring days. It took quite a while to create the data set because I'm an Excel basher. It literally just bash it through Excel. None of these newfangled kid tricks with programming and time shortcuts and things. So you had to calculate the 24-hour averages, compare them to the 1 and 3s, and put them all in dates. There were those weird days, and really it was only one little time period that was really out of whack, which was 2023, the smoke situation. Honestly, 32 years of doing this, those were the only days that we've hit the purple in air quality here. So, okay. Taking a half a step back, we actually, when I did the analysis prior to 09 of Sonoma Tech and their job, I made some slides and that was there. Then we actually wrote a little paper. It wasn't put out or anything. It's just an internal paper. And in that paper, we did some stuff to figure out what was looking like what. So we looked at the day of week analysis. So in the first data set, we only looked at 07 to 09. And if you look at the bumps, those are the average concentrations for our Northeast Ohio region. And there was a day of week impact. Through the week, PM25 went up. Over the weekend, it dropped back down. So that was interesting. Until you go to the full data set, where it ranges from 11.9 to 12.6. It just kind of evened out. Those bumps really didn't change that much from day to day. And that was kind of interesting. And when you look at it from the study till now, it's basically 9.4 to 9.7. So there wasn't a whole lot of variation, so nothing to see here. Move along. But because we only used that small data set versus the longer data set or the more recent data set, I wanted to look at the trends because obviously things have changed from before the data, the 07, 09 to the whole thing, things have changed. So let's look at trends. So there's our average concentration across the region. And if you look at 07, the average was around, well, 06, 07, 08, around 13 micrograms. So every monitor across the region averaged out to be about 13. So that 11.8 from the the forecasting protocol was accurate. You take 11.8 and you add some or subtract some stuff, and that'll give you your forecasted PM2.5 concentration. Well, now, 2025, it was what, 9.2. So that 11.8, and when we're talking with Pam and Kirk and the team, we've had a bunch of meetings. It's been over forecasting, over predicting the PM2.5 concentration. Well, there's 2.5 micrograms right there. So we're forecasting, plus the standards have changed. Those black lines are the NAICS, the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. So the concentrations have dropped. It was interesting to see that 2020, you figure the world shuts down, PM2.5 concentration should go down. They really didn't. They've been that way since 16. So that was kind of interesting. And another through the conversations, we talked about some of the regulations that were put in place to help reduce, I can't remember what they were now, I'm getting old, but some of the federal policies that were put in place prior to that made a difference. So we actually see here that there was a difference just in our part of the world, and life is good. Another thing you can do is look at speciation monitors to say, like ozone is ozone. It's one chemical compound. It's 3 oxygen molecules tied together. There it is. Carbon monoxide is CO. CO is directly emitted. PM2.5 is an amalgamation of stuff. So we have a network of monitors that measure for those things. And again, half of this stuff nobody cares about, but the big deal is that the yellow part is the ammonium sulfate, dropped by 75%. That's directly tied back to the low sulfur fuels. And you're not allowed to use them, and you got to put in extra EGUs on your diesel vehicles to get that sulfur out of the air. Nitrates and organic carbon also about halved. So there's a lot of stuff going on. Then I looked at region 5 versus just us, and it's kind of similar. It's not horribly radically different. So it's not just a here thing, it's an everywhere thing. This is if I took the lowest average and the highest average for our, who cares? Moving on. What is this? Yeah, some of the years had a bigger spread, some didn't. So looking at high days, trying to take that data trend analysis and go back to the forecasting. And in the original project, we looked at the 3 breakpoints of 25, 30, and 35.4, which is the NACS. We looked at 30, that was what we chose back then, that we'd forecast to 30, kind of calibrate everything towards that, because it's not the exceedance level. It's protective. So if we can get that adequate, then we're good to go. This is just a count of how many days where at least 3 monitors in the region went over those standards, or over those levels, I should say. So 156 days over 26 years where it went over 30 micrograms. That's a usable data set. But here's one was interesting. Again, over 30 micrograms, they're basically all before the other study was done. We don't have very many high days anymore. Over 30 micrograms, except 2023 when we had the smoke events and life, such as life. In 2004, you could see the precipitous drop because of things like CARE, the Clean Air Interstate Rule, thank you. The transportation conformity rules. Then in 2010, we had the ultra low sulfur diesel and all this kind of stuff. You could see that the policies helped. There was a policy put in place and a corresponding drop in emissions. So we'll see what happens as those policies are getting weakened right now at the federal level, but we'll keep an eye on it. Well, I won't, but you will. So again, all these dates were early on, and let's see, mostly happened in the summer months. That's a busy graph, but you can see the height of the line that, for the most part, those high days happened in June and July, but they're spread out over the entire year, showing again that April is a god-awful month to visit Ohio if you don't like rain, because it's really low PM2.5, which is good, but the weather stinks. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so we got 255 days where at least one monitor was high, and 156 days where three were high on the same date. But most of those happened well early. And if you go to 6 monitors or more, then you only have 53 days out of the 26 years, and only 3 of them are after 2008, which is not very many. So the way that pollution has changed, the way we've gotten our pollution. So, yeah, there's how many days or how many monitors and how many days went over the 30 micrograms, the high days per quarter. So another thing I looked at was Cleveland has a boatload of monitors, and good luck. Congratulations. They've got a lot of work is what they also have. But in order to normalize that, I just looked at how many take how many days were over, divide that by the monitoring sites, and they still have a lot of exceedances. Not surprising, there's a lot of industry here, a lot of traffic, a lot of people. Medina County being on the southwest side of everything, down upwind of everything, doesn't have very many, so that's good. So going back to forecasting again, that there's not much variance in the PM2.5 concentrations across the region. Where do we call an advisory day? And by we, I mean they. We said 30 was a concentration of concern. How many monitors do we need to trigger that in order to notify the public and provide useful information? Is it one monitor, all the monitors? Who knows? Also, the network has shrunk, so we've got to look at that percentage too. But the biggest question is, how much time can I steal from Kirk? He can't spend 14 hours a day to get a perfect forecast, which is never going to happen anyways. Is it good enough to just have one monitor site, 2 monitors? And that's one of those questions, because like the weather, Akron could be 85 degrees. And Cleveland, if there's a northerly wind off the lake, could be 65. And that's a big 20-degree difference if you're going to a ball game from Akron. So I'm going to be sweating and wearing a t-shirt, come up to well, I still call it the Jake because I'm old, come up to watch the Guardians play, and I'll freeze because there's that northerly lake breeze. Same with the ozone or the PM2.5 and ozone forecasting. Is it worth that? And the other part is that technically Summit and Medina aren't part of NOACA. They're AMATs. I'm sorry, Summit and Portage are they're AMATs, not NOACA. So how does that all play? It's questions for the team. We'll figure it out at some point. So we're going to look at the weather data, see if patterns appear. But basically, because there's not many 30+ days, it's kind of like forecasting the weather in San Diego. 72 and sunny again. That's not a bad place to be. So here's part 2. We'll move on to ozone. Oh, and I put in ozone in the little bubble. I don't have a whole lot to do, apparently. I just play with numbers and make pictures. So we've had a lot of ozone monitors over the years. There they are in a picture format. Same deal, same 4 organizations. Grab the data. This is only 49,000 days because I only did 2009 to 2025. Reason being, who cares before? at this point. We've been monitoring ozone since I was a baby. Yeah, I was a baby when we started monitoring. So 55 years of data isn't going to provide us anything new. Especially when the monitoring methods stunk back there. So let's look at the last 16 years. Same deal. Y'all know we used to look at the 1 hour average maximum value. Now it's the average daily maximum 8-hour value. That's what the NACS is set at. So we've had some variability. If you look at the slope, it doesn't go down very much, and the baseline is 36, the offset. So the average background ozone here in Northeast Ohio over the 16 years has been 36 ppb. If they set the NACS at 36, we would be in trouble. We will never get to that because it's background. They've set it at 70. We're still having issues. So, but if you look here, the higher days were earlier. If you look at what, I don't know what year that is, but yeah, the earlier years had higher concentrations, and there's the seasonality that averages out. The weird thing is that with ozone is that Cleveland has one monitor that runs all year long. At Craig or Taft, I don't know, wherever it's at. Yeah, that they have one ozone monitor for the region that runs all year long. The rest of us shut them down in Halloween. They're off for November, December, January, February, start them back up on March. So that's the real regional, the winter data, those lows are from one site. But you can see it drops down in the winter because there's no ozone formation. So concentrations have decreased. There's still regional smooth data. Looking then at the exceedances and whatnot. So this is again going back to that whole 3 idea of should it be really low, the standard, or something in the middle? And that's where we get here, that all the really high days were in 2012, 2010. We had a couple in 2023 that were tied directly to the wildfire smoke, that when that aging particulate matter came in, it allowed extra ozone formation. But those were those days. But what was weird was in the earlier years of 09 to 12, the majority of the days were, or 64% of the days that were over 70% were in those first 3 years. The other third were in the last 12 years. So those high concentrations were front loaded, not back loaded, but that flipped, that we had on the 60 plus days, almost 60% were in the later 12 years as opposed to the first 3. So it's interesting that those changed. 105 dates that were high, considered high to look at. So here's those high days. I looked at the 14 to 25, 2014 to 2025, because those earlier ones, again, things have changed since then. So let's look at these last ones. This is just a snippet of what my nightmare spreadsheet was. Anything that was red was over 70, yellow was just under 70, and then the other ones were okay. And if a certain number were over, then that would be counted as the high day. Again, Cleveland had the most high days because they had the most monitors. Normalized it, still Cleveland. You guys are lucky. This one, if you look at those days, when the Lake, Ashtabula, and Geauga counties sites had 40 high days, or over 40 high days after 2014. So in this data set. Cuyahoga, Medina, and Portage only had in that 30 to 40, and Lorraine and Summit only had 10 days over that. So there is a regional variability based on the transport. As I've always told people in our county when they're whining about e-check, what we're putting into the air is being transported up to Cleveland and Lake County, and they have to breathe it. That's why we have to reduce what we're putting in the air so that they don't have to suffer trying to take care of that. So making groupings, but why Portage was grouped in with, I guess, because the winds blew it to the east. But they were grouped with the northerns. Let's see. Okay, so moving on. Part 3, or 33 and a third. Met data. We're getting there. We're winding through. So now that we see the data from the monitors, let's look at the weather stuff to see what influences, and then I could talk about a case history that just happened. So there's the temperatures from Cleveland, Canton, Akron from 09 till now, and also Cleveland, Hopkins. They're the same. I don't need to do a southern and a northern analysis. We'll just use Cleveland data. The average temperature has gone up overall. 2014 and 2009 were pretty cold, but the range, I mean, if you look at the y-axis 46 to 56, it's not a huge jump. It's just a jump. Wind speed and direction, you can look and see where the winds are coming from. So I did. Here's the 2000 to 2008 wind rows and the 09 to 25. Not radically different. They kind of, wind speeds have kind of, or wind directions and speeds have been fairly stable, I guess. Consistent, that's a better word. I was going to say stagnant, but that's absolutely wrong. So the early data and the later data it's not the fact that the winds have changed. It's that those policies are working. Here's wind roses for high ozone days, though. There is a difference. The one on the right is all of the days from 2000 to 2005. The wind rose on the left is just those high, however many days it was, 45, I've forgotten already. Hopefully you're paying attention because I'm not. There's a difference. The wind's direction makes a difference. And it's basically the south to south-southwest. And that's going to play a part in the case study. So if you look at all the high days for ozone, if you look at the high days and then the all days, the average temperature on the high days was 10 degrees higher. The wind speed was 3 miles an hour slower. The wind direction was, instead of due south, it was actually south-southeast, which is weird. Visibility didn't change and the humidity was much lower. So humidity has a big deal to do with ozone formation because when there's a lot of moisture droplets in the air, it diffracts the ultraviolet light, cutting down their intensity, doesn't allow ozone to generate as well. The high temperatures go along with that and the low wind speeds. So this, what is it? Yeah, that's the one the case study here. That this little chart is from, what day was that? Last Thursday, Friday, whenever we had the ozone exceedance. Thursday, Friday. So this is Thursday's data. That you could see the temperature jumped from 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning up till 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. It jumped 26 degrees, or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, 26 degrees that day. It jumped a lot. And that's an indicator of solar activity, solar energy, not activity, energy. So I went through and did all the MET data, looked at the quartile of the day from 6 in the morning till 11 o'clock in the morning. And if the temperature had jumped by less than 9 degrees, 9 degrees, 10 to 14, 15 to 19, 20 plus, you could see that the high days, the majority of them were that 15 to 19 degree jump days. So that's an indicator. That's something we can use to forecast. The PM2.5 was a little more weird because it's across the entire year. So the temperatures are much lower, the wind speeds are a little bit different. It, the humidity was a little higher, but not radically so. So there's some things that we're trying to figure through, and I'm almost done, that we could look at the day before ozone concentration maximum for that carryover, the cloud cover overnight, because if there's a low cloud deck or just clouds period, the mixing layer is going to be higher, or I'm sorry, lower. So it's going to allow for more ozone to form. And then the temperature jump projected for the next day. And the wind speed from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. from the day before to the day of, and the wind speed for forecast for the day of the forecast. That way, if we tag to those things, I think we can get pretty good ozone forecasting accuracy. Because like I said, if today's ozone max is high and there's cloudy skies overnight with clearing in the early hours, then sunny skies in the morning and low winds, we know we're going to pop. We know we're going to have ozone exceedances the next day. It's just going to happen. On the 5th, so that was June 4th was the other slide. On June 5th in the Akron area, we had those clouds. We had the low winds, but they did bump up in the afternoon. So my 3 counties didn't have anything elevated, but the northern counties did because the stuff we produced was pushed. It stayed overnight, had a nice overnight stay in Akron, and then bumped up north where they had the problems. So we could kind of use the information from the network and the meteorology to make a pretty decent forecast. And this is Superman 4, the quest for the end of this. And there it is. Talk amongst yourselves because I'm done. So, thank you. So I just do want to say thanks to these guys here. They've been great working with me. We'll stay in touch. I mean, I'm not dead yet. I'm just leaving at the end of the year. Hopefully they're going to post my job in the next month or so. And then that means I won't be the representative. I'll be, I don't know, on an ice floe somewhere, coasting around. But I appreciate everybody. It's been a great time, at least 20 plus years. Thank you, Grace, for having me up here.
No, thank you, Sam. And we appreciate all that you've done for our subcommittee, for the work that we do, the work of the region. Congratulations on your retirement. Best of luck in the new chapter of your life. We will
Amen.
miss you.
Thank you. Does anybody have questions? No. Anybody awake?
Somebody has to have a question for.
I have
Sam.
a question,
Sure.
Chris, and thank you. You've really educated me over these last 3 years. Appreciate that.
Thank
One of the first questions I ever had here at this committee was about e-check and how do we get rid of it? And you did mention that.
I did.
So I'm saying that the state of Ohio has changed their e-check requirements for new vehicles to 6 years.
Mhm.
You might be able to tell us why that is, maybe the failure rates. And then for those other vehicles, what would you know is the percentage of vehicles that do fail that are after that 6th year? I mean, newer vehicles have higher reliability engines for
Sure.
air quality. So
Yeah.
I'm just kind of going.
So, yeah,
I'll let you
sure.
answer.
So as far as the actual data of how many cars pass, fail, I don't have anything to do with any of that. Speaking as myself, just with the useless knowledge floating around my head, when it came out, e-check was very effective. There were cars on the road that were a hot mess. As time's gone on, those cars have either gotten fixed or landfilled. And that's less emissions. At this point, new cars have better emissions, and the ones that were new when it came in had better emissions put into place. So there's, less likelihood they're going to fail, but it's still one of those things you want to know. It's kind of like your credit report, right? You don't ever want to look at it and you don't ever want to have a problem with it, but you got to look at it to make sure nobody's stolen your credit. Same with the E-check. A car's gonna fail at some point. Any car could fail. And that's why I think they're keeping it in, but they've changed it to 6 years.
Yeah, certainly the electronics on those magic boxes tell you on your
Yes.
screen, but my 2024 Subaru is much different than my 2007 Toyota Camry. And so there's a
Yes.
big difference on maybe what they do.
Sure.
Cash for Clunkers 2010.
Took a
What
lot.
do you say happened there for air quality in the region?
Again, speaking for myself, not for professionally, I guess, that was it got a lot of old beaters off the streets. There's a lot of other stuff there, financial implications for families and whatnot. But the idea was, as far as an air quality program, it worked. It helped remove those vehicles from the streets, from emitting into the air pollution, or into the air.
So what do you drive, Sam? And me being a guy that loves beaters and keep them running to get every mile per cent I can get out of
Oh.
them, what do you drive, Sam?
So I'm the anomaly, I think, in this world, in that I have never lived more than 5 miles from my place of work, even when it's moved on me. We shifted buildings. So I have a 2015 Hyundai Sonata that I got from my dad 8 years ago with 25,000 miles on it. It's my daily driver and it has 42,000 miles on it. I don't drive, and my wife's car is the same way. She's got a Buick. But my retirement present to myself is going to be an EV. I've never had a car, how should I say it? I've never driven the same car to 100,000 miles. I had my, your VW Rabbits and Pintos in high school that started over 100, but they never should have been made, so. So, I appreciate it. Any other questions?
That was going to be my line. Any other questions for Sam? Yeah. Are you setting up another email box so we can still reach out to you and?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Sure, everybody's got my cell phone already anyways, so.
super.
Yep, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Sam. Okay, with that, we have the 2025 Air Quality Trends Report. Kirk?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kirk Kellenborn, the Air Quality and Climate Policy Planner here at NOACA. Today, I'll be going over the 2025 Air Quality Trends Report, which covers the air quality in Northeast Ohio in the calendar year 2024. So no action is requested at this time. This presentation is for information only, and there have been no previous actions. So NOACA tracks and provides regular updates on Northeast Ohio's air quality. We do this by publishing our annual Air Quality Trends Report, which was published back in April of 2026. This gives you updates on the region's status for the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. So in 2024, air quality continued to improve overall in the region. Concentrations of all pollutants continue to decline, though there is year-to-year variation. And the pollutant concentrations for all 6 criteria pollutants kind of returned to normal following the 2023 Canadian wildfires. So in this presentation, I'll mainly focus on PM 2.5 and ozone. It's kind of similar to what Sam went over. Just to give everyone a little reminder that the 2012 primary annual PM 2.5 NAAQS was strengthened from 12 to 9 micrograms. And in February of 7th, 2025, the Ohio EPA recommended designating Cuyahoga County as non-attainment based on 2021 to 2023 air quality data. So final designations have not been made based on this ruling as of yet. There are a lot of court cases kind of surrounding this issue. So no final designations have been made for Northeast Ohio. So here we can see the maximum 3-year rolling averages for annual PM 2.5 in our region. This data is from 2012 to 2024. The bright colored lines represent the design values for each county in Northeast Ohio, and the dashed lines represent the former and current PM 2.5 NACs. So as you can see, Cuyahoga County is still currently the only county to exceed the current standard of 9 micrograms per cubic meter, and it's hovering right around 12 micrograms per cubic meter right now, so around where the former standard was. And all other counties are currently below the current standard. So that's good to see, and we can see that they are all on the decline after 2023.
Could you go back real quick and look at Lorraine County doesn't have a leg on that last
Their
line.
monitors do not have certified data for this year, yes. Here we can see the number of PM 2.5 exceedance days in Northeast Ohio from 2014 to 2024. We see we had that big spike in 2023 of 9 exceedance days. I went back in our data, which goes back to 2007. I did not see that many exceedance days throughout the year. I did see 8 annual exceedance days back in around 2008. So this was quite unprecedented in our region. And we had 0 exceedance days in 2024. So we're moving back to the right track. Now I'll jump over to ozone. The last time we spoke about ozone in December, we had recently submitted our ozone redesignation plan. Now, we were recently redesignated from serious non-attainment to attainment for the 2015 8-hour ozone NACs back in May. So I just want to give everyone a little bit of the history of where we are. So in 2018, we were designated as marginal non-attainment for the 2015 8-hour ozone NACs. We were bumped up to moderate non-attainment in 2021, and then serious non-attainment in 2024. And then, as I mentioned, we submitted the redesignation plan and exceptional events demonstration back in December. The exceptional events demonstration was approved in January, and we were officially redesignated to attainment for the 2015 8-hour ozone NACs in May of 2026. So this graph here represents the 3-year rolling averages for ozone in Northeast Ohio. Again, the bright colored lines represent the 3-year design values, and the dashed lines represent the NACs at the time. So I did want to look back further this year since we were redesignated to attainment. I wanted to look at some of the historical data to just see how much progress we've made over the years. You can see we had very high concentrations dating back to 2004 to 2006. Some of these were around 90 parts per billion, and we can see that some of these counties have declined almost 20 parts per billion over time in the last 20 years. And you can see that as the NACs for PM 2.5 has strengthened over time, we have continuously made efforts to come into compliance with these standards. So these graphs on the left shows the number of ozone exceedance days in the Cleveland-Elyria area, and the graph on the right shows the number of ozone exceedance days in the Akron, Ohio area. So as you can see, we have drastically reduced the number of ozone exceedance days in our region since 2000. We had a high of 54 in 2005 compared to 2025, where we had 6 ozone exceedance days in Cleveland. Similar trend with Akron. They are only having around 1 or 2 exceedance days on average, except for the 2023 wildfire smoke. I also want to point out that we have almost eliminated the very unhealthy days for ozone exceedance days. We have not really had any of those in quite some time, so that's really good to see, to eliminate these very high unhealthy days. And then also, I just wanted to point out that most of these exceedance days occur in the ozone season, which runs from March to October. So as you all know, that time we have is our best time for weather in Northeast Ohio. So a lot of people are outside enjoying the weather, but we're breathing unhealthy air during that time. So it's great to see these number of ozone exceedance days decrease. So being redesignated to attainment is really a success story for all of Northeast Ohio. This could not have been accomplished without the coordinated efforts between the U.S. and Ohio EPA, local governments, agencies, and stakeholders. This image on the right is from a press conference held back in April, where the EPA announced that Northeast Ohio would be redesignated from serious non-attainment to attainment. We had Governor Mike DeWine, Senator Bernie Moreno, and some of our speakers there. And we also had Grace Galucci speak at this press conference. And in some of her comments, she elaborated on how important these partnerships are to improving air quality in Northeast Ohio. Now, it does start with the US EPA setting the standards and establishing the federal air quality programs. Some of the main programs that help reduce NOx emissions in our area are the acid rain program and the cross-state air pollution rule. These helped reduce NOx emissions from coal-fired power plants. We also have the Tier 2 motor vehicle emission standards, which helped reduce NOx emissions from passenger vehicles. Now, while it does start with the US EPA, a lot of the work is being done at the regional level. Here are some of our partnerships that we've had over the years. I had updated this a little bit, so it's a little out of order, but we have the Division of Air Pollution Control, the Cleveland Division of Air Quality, the Akron Regional Air Quality Management District. We have some of our transit agencies, Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority, Metro down in Akron. We have Lake Tran for Lake County. We have the transportation, we have our MPOs in our region, the NOACA and AMATs. And then we also have some of our health districts, Lake County General Health District and the Cleveland Department of Public Health. All of these partnerships really helped improve air quality in our region. So really everyone can kind of pat themselves on the back. This is quite the accomplishment. So great to see. And then NOACA has played a significant role in improving air quality in Northeast Ohio. Here are some of our programs that look to improve air quality. The main way we do this is through our long-range transportation planning. This sets out our transportation development plans for the next 20 years. And we enact this, a tool we use to enact this plan is our Transportation Improvement Program, our TIP. So in the TIP, as we saw before, we make sure that these transportation development plans, we can still develop these plans while still being in attainment with our standards. We also have air quality conformity analysis for motor vehicle emissions. We project future motor vehicle emissions to make sure that we'll be in compliance in the future with our standards. We also have our CMAQ programs, which fund a lot of different programs that seek to improve air quality, such as supporting the RTA, funding them, and improving congestion mitigation, such as like traffic lights, improving the timing on those to make sure there's not so much traffic mitigation. We also support multimodal transportation options, and we've been recently implementing EV charging stations around the Cleveland area. So here are some of the benefits to being in attainment for the ozone standard. The main benefit is we have cleaner air to breathe and healthier people and families. Now, I have personally seen this in my family. My mom used to have asthma attacks pretty frequently back in around like early 2000s, but in the last 10 plus years, I have not seen her use her inhaler. So I'm very grateful for all the work that's being done to improve air quality in our region. It has impacted me personally. It also improves air quality for plants and ecosystems. High ozone can stagnate growth for plants, and it also helps combat climate change. So there are a lot of economic benefits to being in ozone attainment. One of the main is lower healthcare costs and increased productivity and fewer sick days. In our trends report, we estimated that healthcare costs related to respiratory illnesses can average around $10 to $19 billion annually. So definitely can decrease a lot of the money being spent treating illnesses related to respiratory issues. And it also supports business growth and expansion. Being in attainment kind of removes some of the expensive requirements that new businesses have to do when they plan on developing in Northeast Ohio. So this kind of streamlines business growth in our region. So very exciting. So for our next steps, we'll continue to monitor ozone and PM 2.5 levels in Northeast Ohio and continue to collaborate with our regional partners. We'll update the Air Quality Subcommittee on changes to any changes to the 2024 primary annual PM 2.5 NACs. And then we will publish our 2026 Air Quality Trends Report in 2027. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Do we have any questions?
Do we expect this to result in any kind of reduction in CMAQ funding, this, like, for the region?
No. Currently, the CMAQ funds are divided up by statewide by a formula that did not distinguish between attainment and non-attainment. There were other factors, so no. Otherwise, we would have been receiving a whole lot more because we were the only ones in non-attainment.
And kind of before the question is asked, we also do not envision any state relaxation of regulations and requirements. So we shouldn't see facilities shutting off their filters, precipitators, bag houses, whatnot, as part of this redesignation. We're trying to hold on by the fingertips. Okay, thank you, Kirk. I believe you're our next presenter as well on calendar year air quality forecast accuracy.
Yes, so I'll go over the air quality forecast accuracy from March through May 31st. Again, no action is requested at this time. Presentation is for information only. It's a quarterly update we give to the Air Quality Subcommittee. So NOACA forecasts for fine particulate matter year-round, and we forecast for ozone from March 1st to October 31st. And we post these forecasts on AirNow Tech. Here are some of the models we look at when we are posting our forecasts. So for our performance for PM 2.5 in 2026, we are currently at 74% accuracy for the good to moderate threshold. This says 12 micrograms, sorry, it's 9 micrograms per cubic meter. So right now we can see we have our spread here. We are predicting 30% below accuracy, and we are predicting at above 41%. So which gives us our total of 74. Now for the moderate to unhealthy threshold at 35 micrograms per cubic meter, we are at 100%. We have not had a PM 2.5 exceedance day this year. And this graph here compares our forecast accuracy to NOAA's forecast accuracy. We can see for the good to moderate threshold, we're at 74% accuracy, while NOAA's 60 standard model is at 66%, and their 60 bias corrected is at 79. Their 12Z standard is at 68%, and the 12Z bias corrected is at 77%. Again, and it looks like NOAA's 60 standard model maybe missed one day over forecasted for the moderate to unhealthy threshold. Now let's jump into ozone. We can see we are predicting, we have an accuracy of 85% for forecasting ozone. Right now we're predicting below at 80% and above at 5% for the good to moderate threshold at 54 parts per billion. This is similar to last year's. I actually remember the last year. So for PM 2.5 for last year, at this time of year, we were around 80% accuracy. So similar, we are trying to get our forecasts out earlier in the day, so that might affect how accurate our forecasts are. So 74 for this year and 80% for last year for PM 2.5. And then this year for ozone, we're at 85%, and last year we were around 89%. So still around that ballpark. And then for the ozone, the threshold between moderate and unhealthy, well, through May 31st, we were at 100%. As Sam mentioned before, we just had 2 ozone exceedance days last Thursday and Friday, which we did not forecast accurately. We forecasted moderate, and we did exceed those days. But I'll go over that in our air quality subcommittee in September. So here's our, compares our ozone forecast accuracy to NOAA's ozone forecast accuracy. Again, we're at 85% for the good and moderate threshold. NOAA 60 standard miles at 79, and their bias corrected is at 78. NOAA's 12Z standard model is at 85%, and their bias corrected is at 82%. and we're both at 100% through May 31st. So similar to what NOAA's putting out. This should show no ozone exceedance days. Sorry, some of these edits got a little jumbled at the end, but through May 31st, we have not had any ozone exceedance days. The 2 ozone exceedance days we had were June 4th and June 5th, where I believe the peaks were 75 and 76, and we had a few monitors go off. So through May 31st, NOAA and NOACA had 0 missed opportunities. These are days when both NOACA and NOAA did not forecast an observed categorical exceedance. So we had 0, and we also had 0 false alarms. So these are when we predicted an exceedance day, but there was none. So for our next steps, we'll track the forecast performance of NOACA and NOAA for ozone and fine particulate matter, update the air quality subcommittee in September, and then we'll collaborate with NOAA personnel to report model performance in Northeast Ohio at the National Air Quality Forecasters Conference in October. Thank you.
Any questions on the forecasting? Okay, thank you, Kirk. I believe we have Ashley Dennis to talk about air quality outreach and education programs.
Good morning, everyone. Ashley Dennis, Air Quality and Rideshare Planner for NOACA. Now we'll go on with my air quality outreach and education programs. No action is requested. This is for informational purposes only. And we provide quarterly updates. So first I'll talk about Air Quality Awareness Week. May 4th through the 8th this year, NOACA promoted Air Quality Awareness Week. Each day we posted a new message and actions you can take on social media. These include educating yourself on air quality issues, reducing fossil fuel use, signing up for air quality advisories so you can be prepared on days when air quality might affect you. And then we had our carbon-free challenge for the month of May. I definitely want to do a special thanks to our sponsors who always come through for these challenges. Bike Cleveland, University Circle Inc., GCRTA, and Lake Tran. So prizes for the challenge included, we had a UCI Circle Pass, which allows you to get into some of the museums in University Circle, the Bike Cleveland membership in a bottle, and GCRTA and Lake Tran both offered transit passes. And this time around, I'm also pleased to announce we actually had winners not only from Cuyahoga County, we had winners from Summit County and Lake County. So as you see, that was one of the TV spots that we had for our Go Ohio Commute Challenge. We also had radio ads as well. And then I know Kirk already went through this. We're doing our air quality forecasting right now. That includes ozone and PM 2.5. If you are unaware, ozone can inflame the airways. It causes symptoms such as like chest pain and coughing and wheezing, shortness of breath, even in healthy people. So it's really important that you monitor the air quality for the day and pay attention to the forecast to see if it's anything that you might need to adjust for the following day. And you can sign up now at airnow.gov if you want to receive daily air quality updates. And the Lego Air Sensor Workshop. So I really have to especially thank David Taylor. He's one of the health outreach specialists for the City of Cleveland Department of Public Health Division of Air Quality. He actually let me borrow all of his materials. I do have some in the back. I am more than happy to show you how it works. If you're interested in building one, we can go over building one as well. And you can see what the inside looks like, and I can go over kind of the idea of what I plan on teaching children next school year. I've also been working with Christner of Case Western Reserve University. It was actually one of his students at Case who created the Lego workshop. Well, not the Lego workshop. He created the Lego air sensors and put that together. The city of Cleveland adopted it for Cuyahoga County. I thought it would be great if we actually expanded that idea. And I would love to just encompass all the counties in our region. So that is currently what I am working on. We have the procurement, curriculum design, implementation, and then the post-workshop wrap-up. So like I said, right now I'm working on procurement and curriculum design. So I've reached out to about 16 school districts so far, 6 in Lorraine, 3 in Jaga, 4 in Lake, 2 in Medina. I did reach out to 1 in Cuyahoga County, but I'm staying more away from Cuyahoga County just because I know that the city of Cleveland is working in Cuyahoga County and I did not want to overstep on their territory. But I do have 2 school districts in Lake County and 1 school district in Lorraine County who have shown interest. So I'm hoping to work with them and help develop the lesson plan and work with them next school year. Now, we do have a few goals for this program. Really, we want to educate children about air quality and help them foster an appreciation for clean air. We do want to help them understand how environmental conditions affect their health and community, and engaging students on like a hands-on STEM learning, and inspire lifelong environmental awareness, and encourage future leaders who are committed to improving air quality in our region. So I'm hoping maybe in 10, 15 years, one of those students that I get to talk to will be sitting here at this table. So again, like I said, I have some air monitors set up in the back. You're welcome to look at them after our meeting. And this is just a picture of all the components of the Lego air sensors. All right, and then our next steps will continue to demonstrate its commitment to proactive air quality management, public education, and collaboration. And we'll present quarterly updates at our next meeting. I did go through that rather fast. I know we're close to running out of time, but I'm happy to, answer any questions or go back on slides if you want to know more information. Thank you.
I have to put in a shameless plug for the Lego air sensor workshops. Not just because we were involved with, I guess, developing and implementing this. And I am thrilled that NOACA is able to take this and expand it and work with more students. This is a very STEM-based project. It sounds like, oh, they look at the model and they assemble their Legos. It's a lot more than that. So I encourage you to talk to whether it's school districts, libraries, parks. We've run this at several different environments, and we get good reviews, and we have good people, as I'm sure NOACA is going to be taking this and doing exceptional work with it. So I'll get off my soapbox. Any other questions or comments?
Chair, I have something to add if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, I forgot to mention too, this actually aligns with the Ohio Department of Education's Ohio Learning Standards. So really in middle schools, when you start learning the scientific method and critical thinking based on evidence, using tools to gather information, and design and conduct scientific investigations. So you're right, it's not just about, building Legos and having fun. I'm really hoping that these students can harbor an appreciation for science with actual hands-on learning while making it more interesting.
If I can use the word sneaky, they're having fun, but they're learning on a weekend usually, so it's great.
This one's Thank Ashley for bringing this today from our last meeting. Thank you for doing that. You said you would. There it is. Thank you for that. It's really informational. Just as you get into these schools too, you never know what kid may take that little 1 hour block, and that'll be the thing that really sets them off down the road, 10 years later. And then we may have our own next Sam Rubin up there one day. Thank you.
I would be honored to teach the next Sam Rubens.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you, Ashley, and I believe you're on deck for the Go Ohio Commute Update and Performance Metrics. One of these days, I'm going to be able to pronounce that first word correctly.
Go Ohio. Just rolls off the tongue. Just do that. Go Ohio. All right. So I don't think I need an introduction. So Go Ohio Commute Update and Performance Metrics. No action, just for updates, quarterly updates as we always present at the subcommittee. We track the progress through our 4 metrics. And right now, the total users we have in the NOACA region is well over 8,000. Over 188,000 non-single occupancy vehicle trips have been added to the platform. Over 1 million, almost 2 million vehicle miles traveled avoided. 758 tons of carbon dioxide avoided, and commuter savings of 1.2 million. What you're looking at in the green, the percentages to the right, because Go Ohio Commute encompasses all MPOs, or all of the major MPOs in Ohio. We are NOACA is 34% of the entire region, 63%, 57%, 63, and 65 of all those metrics shown. And then taking into account that we are offsetting CO2 by 758 tons, that's the equivalent of 690 acres of forest, removing CO2 from the atmosphere in 1 year. And then if we take into account those 1.9 million miles traveled with non-SOV trips, it's like you're driving around Ohio 1,707 times. Just to kind of put it into perspective. And then I did mention our carbon-free challenge earlier that we had in May. So we actually had an increase this year, a really great increase in participation. Definitely, there's a few things I think we're doing that are helping. Public affairs is doing, I feel like they're the campaigns that they do, like the radio ads and the TV ads, they're really gaining traction. We started doing our office hours on Go Ohio Commute just to kind of get people more familiar with the platform. So we actually had 79 participants for the May challenge. And as you can see, over 2,000 trips, $9,000 in commuter savings and so forth. And the percentages on the right show the increase compared to the 2025 May carbon-free challenge. So increases all across the board. Coming up in September, Go Ohio Commute, all the major MPOs in Ohio, we get together and we do an Ohio Commuter Challenge. This is a 2-week challenge in September. We encompass walking, biking, carpool, vanpool, transit, and e-scooter trips for our chances to win prizes. There's a random drawing. You can win anywhere between $25 to $200. It is a up to $200 gift card through our Go Ohio Commute website. And special thanks to Commute with Enterprise, who donated the money in order for us to fund the challenge. No, fund the prizes for the challenge, excuse me. I did move our Go Ohio Commute office hours to next month. Reason being, Go Ohio Commute's getting a facelift for the first time. And functionality-wise, it will be the same, and it's gonna have a much cleaner look to it. All of OARC, the Ohio Association of Regional Councils, Air Quality and Rideshare. We are working with Ride Amigos, who is our platform creator, to work on a date to update that, and that's coming very soon. So I will be giving just a new tutorial on that next month. And I apologize because we don't have much time left. I'm gonna save the Go Ohio Commute tutorial for our September meeting. The platform will be updated by that time. And I do have business cards. If anyone is interested in a tutorial, I can give you, I give tutorials to everyone who requests one. I can do it through Zoom or Teams or whatever platform you feel most comfortable. But I did want to just make sure I give some time if anyone was interested in looking at the Legos and discussing the Lego workshop before our next meeting. And I did bring business cards if anyone wants one. So right now, NOACA's annual budget for the Go Ohio Commute platform is about $10,000. And again, I'll provide more quarterly updates on the platform at the next subcommittee. Are there any questions? I see Grace has a hand up.
I'm going to make a suggestion that
course.
rather than individual tutorials, why don't you go ahead and schedule one online and invite everyone on this committee? And that way they can choose to do it if they've got the time and not if they don't, but that way you get it done.
Oh, I can absolutely do that. I have all your information. I can send out an email and then see, I can, do a few different time slots to see if anyone's available, if they want to learn more about Ohio Commute, but maybe you don't want to wait until September to get the update. Yeah, and we are updating our platform soon, so I am happy to give you 2 tutorials, one now and then one later after the platform gets updated. Again, functionality wise, it will be the same, but it will have a different look to it. And it might confuse, someone if they go to the platform and they're like, oh, I don't know where this is. So yes, I'm happy to do that for you.
So yeah, we'll schedule it through the typical board liaison and then anyone can participate.
Okay, thank you, Ashley, for accommodating and still providing the information. Were there any questions or other requests on Ashley's presentation? Okay, are there any other reports or updates?
I'll just give you one real quick. We recently learned from our consultant that we worked with on our electric bus program that our electric buses have more miles on them than any other electric bus in the country.
Mixed messaging, but I'll take it as a win. I mean, but thank you. We appreciate that. Any other updates? Any old business? Any new business? With that, could I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Sam. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, Sam.
Let us take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand if you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Members will raise their hand to move, second, or speak to a motion. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from a vote due to conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation. For the record, subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter of which the conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button at the top of them. First order of business, the minutes of the March 20th, 2026 meeting. Any corrections or additions? Do we have a second? Okay. All in favor, signify with aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Then the motion is approved. Okay, for our advisory councils, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Council, Mr. Van Sickle, any updates?
We have no updates.
Okay. Safety and Operations Council, Mr. Kuzner? It's not here. Okay. You can find a summary in the packet here. And then Transit Council, Ms. Santilli? Any update? Okay. And again, all those can be found in the meeting packet. And then on to the ODOT update. Mr. Walter.
A couple things. The track applications are due in June. That's the intended month. And they're not out right now, but we're just trying to understand our budget a little bit better and what's available for track. By the end of the year, we should have a final list. The other thing I have is the IIJA is up in September. So the feds are hoping for a continuation of that.
Thank you. Okay, public comments. Has anyone signed up to speak today? Okay. Next, we have the executive director's report. Is there a director's report today?
There is not, just great to see you all, and thank you very much for coming into NOACA, for this meeting. We can't do the work that we do without you, so thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move on to our action items. I know we have some people planning to speak today. First quarter state financial year 2027 project planning reviews. Mr. May.
Thank you. Good morning. Sorry about that. Yes, I am presenting the, excuse me. The first quarter state fiscal year 2027 project planning reviews. The action being requested is for the Transportation Subcommittee to recommend first quarter state fiscal year 2027 project planning review for item 6A1, that is the Lake Tran Multimodal Transit Center in Paynesville, to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for September 2026. This item was presented to the advisory councils for information and input. So the purpose of project planning review is to assess whether a proposed project helps to achieve NOACA's vision and goals and to make sure the project is consistent with NOACA planning requirements and other oversight agency requirements. The proposed project is being processed in accordance with our project review process. It's been reviewed by staff. It is being presented to our advisory council, subcommittees, and committees. It's being circulated through intergovernmental review and consultation, and is posted on the website for public review and comment. This slide illustrates our process. Project review evaluates a proposed project in its early planning stages, and it assesses how it aligns with our plan. And we use project review for to evaluate these projects and identify any issues or conditions to be addressed prior to amendment to the plan. So the action taken at the project review stage of the process is acknowledging that the project has fulfilled staff, board, and public review and demonstrates compliance with NOACA's planning requirements. This enables the project be amended to the long-range plan and ultimately advances to the TIP with committed resources for implementation. So there is one project review summary, and it covers the multimodal transit center in the city of Painesville. The project is included in your materials on page 13 with some illustrations on page 14 through 16. I'll go through it quickly here. This project list here is sponsored by Lake Tran, and the project involves constructing a multimodal transit center in downtown Painesville. It's located on East Erie Street between Liberty Street and North St. Clair Street. And this will replace the transfer center that is located on North St. Clair Street now by the Lake County Job and Family Services Building. So this new facility will accommodate the routes 1, 4, 5, and 9 bus routes. It will have electric bus charging and also some enhanced passenger amenities, that being indoor climatized waiting area, real-time signage, restrooms, improved pedestrian crossings, and bicycle facilities. Its estimated total cost is $20 million. The estimated construction cost is $18 million, for which Lake Tran was awarded $2 million from the Ohio Transit Partnership Program Flex Funds, and the other $16 million is currently being provided through other resources, and they hope to obtain some grant funding and other resources along the way to program it. It also includes a $2 million for project management. So workforce access is the central priority of this investment, as over half of all the Lake Tran's riders use Lake Tran to get to work. The new multimodal transit facility will serve as a regional workforce connector, linking residents to high-demand employment centers and supporting Ohio's manufacturing competitiveness. 4 of Lake Tran's 10 local routes, again, be the 1, 4, 5, and 9, will utilize the new transit center, thereby connecting disparate rural and suburban communities with workforce centers, such as the manufacturing clusters located in Mentor and Painesville. So the proposed facility will function as the eastern anchor of Lake Tran's fixed route system, serving riders from Painesville, Madison, Fairport Harbor, and surrounding communities. And the project will enhance workforce mobility across municipal boundaries and support Lake County's broader economic development strategy. So this new Painesville site in Painesville is the site of a new stop on Go Bus, which is ODOT's rural intercity bus service, designed to connect rural communities with urban centers. Go Bus is administered by Hocking Athens Perry Community Action Program. It's managed in coordination with ODOT and operated by Barron's Bus Lines. Go Bus operates multiple routes across Ohio with hubs in Athens, Columbus, and Toledo. So this gray line is one of 9 routes across Ohio connecting Ashtabula with Toledo. So with the 10 stops located along this line end to end, the gray line will connect multiple northern Ohio counties, including Ashtabula, Lake, Cuyahoga, Lorain, and Lucas counties. This new transit center in Painesville will provide Go Bus riders with an improved experience, such as safe indoor climate-controlled waiting facilities, and public restrooms, as well as providing access to local restaurants and businesses in downtown Painesville and connections with Lake Trans local bus routes. So the next 3 slides I have here are just illustrations, which are also included in your materials. This first slide is a diagram showing the location in downtown Painesville. This is on page 14 in your packet. This next one is a rendering of the proposed terminal facility on the page 16 in your materials. Below here, and then the last one here is a floor plan of the Painesville terminal, and that's included in the packet on page 15. So there is no financial impact to processing a project through project planning review. Completion of project review is a prerequisite for plan and tip amendment, but it certifies the project meets NOACA planning requirements and public involvement requirements, but it doesn't approve proposed funding for the project or the implementation schedule of the project, just to clarify that. So next steps, the staff would forward any comments from this subcommittee to the project sponsor. The project will be presented to the Planning and Programming Committee and the Executive Committee for additional review and comment. And pending board approval, the project sponsor will be notified the project has completed project review. And then NOACA staff would work with the project sponsor to address any planning issues that are identified through this process. So having said that, I'd like to request the Transportation Subcommittee to recommend first quarter state fiscal year 2027 project planning review for item 6A, the Lake Tram Multimodal Transit Center in Painesville, to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for September 2026.
Can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second. Thank you. Any discussion?
To the chair, maybe is your electric charging going to be in there too? Ben, I'm sorry, through the chair to through that, what? Ping pong back.
Sure. Yeah, there's accommodations for one bus to charge at the facility plans.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. And the motion is approved. Thank you. Then the first quarter state fiscal year 27 plan and tip amendments. Again, Mr. May.
Thank you. The action being requested here is for the Transportation Subcommittee to recommend the first quarter state fiscal year 2027 plan and tip amendment to the Planning and Programming Committee for items 6B1 through 4, unless individual action is required, for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for September 2026. These projects have been through project planning review at one time or another. So this slide illustrates our process highlighting the amendment to the plan and tip. When a project completes project planning review, it establishes its eligibility and enables it to be amended to the plan. The plan provides the 20-year outlook for regional transportation needs. And the TIP is the 4-year program that implements those investment priorities established in the plan and contains funding commitments for the upcoming 4 years. So prior to a project's advancement to the NOACA TIP, all conditions, if there are any, have been or are being addressed, and program funding resources are committed. So an amendment is a revision to the TIP that involves a major change to a project included in the TIP or on the plan at times. The changes are things such as the addition or removal of a project or a project phase, a major change in a project cost that exceeds established changing cost thresholds, design or scope change, like a bridge work being added to a resurfacing project or changing a pavement and maintenance to an intersection expansion, or in the case of transit, adding or removing scope activities or activity line items that require a formal revision. This requires public review and comment. You have to redemonstrate fiscal constraint. And if this is a non-exempt project or a regionally significant project, that will also require air quality conformity and followed by a board action. So the amendments include the project currently going through project review presented in the previous agenda item, project being advanced from the plan to the tip, and then two projects that are currently programmed in the tip that require a resolution because of a change in scope and a change in cost that exceeds the cost thresholds. The listing of the projects are contained in your materials on pages 20 and 21, and I'll go through them briefly here. Again, this slide contains the concurrent plan and tip amendment listing the multimodal transit center in downtown Painesville, located on North St. Clair Street. Its estimated total cost is $20 million, and this was covered on the under project planning review. The tip amendments include projects on the plan or currently programmed in the tip. And this slide lists amendments to a roadway project that's being advanced from the plan to the tip, and also two transit projects. So this first project here involves the proposed infrastructure improvements in the city of Brook Park. This project is going to be presented to our board on June 26th. At that time, it's an amendment to our plan. So pending the adoption of that project being an amendment to the plan at that meeting, today's action, which is the beginning of the committee process, is recommendation to advance the project from the plan to the 4-year fiscally constrained tip. So the next two projects, the transit projects, the first one is GCRTA vehicle replacement. GCRTA is adding $10.6 million in 5339 funding, which provides funding for capital projects to replace, rehabilitate buses, bus-related equipment, et cetera. This funding, which was originally identified for electric buses, is now for purchasing 40-foot CNG replacement buses. So this is considered a scope change. The other project here is a funding cost update for the Metro Health Line Bus Rapid Transit that exceeds the changing cost threshold. So the project total is $52 million, and there are sources that are being sought through the track and capital improvement grants. None of these projects are programmed with NOACA funds. So the cost of the proposed projects being amended to the plan and tip is $126 million. The total cost of the projects being revised in the tip is $65.3 million. So funding for these projects is committed or planned from non-NOACA funding sources for these projects provided by FHWA and FTA and administered through ODOT. So with board adoption, the amendments would be incorporated into the statewide tip amendment in October. And with that, I would like to request the Transportation Subcommittee to recommend first quarter state fiscal year tip amendment to the Planning and Programming Committee for items 6B1 through 4, unless individual action is required, for consideration of placement on the Board of Directors agenda for September 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve? Second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I just wanted to add that the Metro Health Line is the BRT going from down West 25th Street, starting approximately at the end of the bridge and going all the way to the zoo or the Deaconess Metro Health Hospital site. It is in the CIG FTA New Starts project, looking really good. It was rated high. So we're looking at construction and funding in 27. And that's why the cost estimate was based on 90% design, which was different than 60. You guys all know that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with an aye. Any opposed, same sign. And the motion is approved. Next, we have the state fiscal year 26 through 29 statewide transportation performance targets. Mr. Olhorn.
Thank you.
Action requested here is, we're recommending you send this item to the Planning and Programming Committee to consider placing it on the September board agenda. There's been no previous action on this item, though the targets I'm presenting were included in the We Neo 2050 Plus long-range plan that was adopted in June of last year by the board. Targets are set using an examination of baseline data, strategies for improving performance, constraints on resources for effecting improvement, and forecasting tools. The targets provide both a way of guiding investment decisions and measuring their effectiveness. ODOT provides statewide targets to MPOs, and then MPOs may either adopt the statewide targets or create their own based on local context. ODOT must provide statewide and MPO targets to the FHWA in October. In each case where statewide targets were provided, NOACA is proposing to either adopt the statewide target or a slightly relaxed target, owing to the region's existing baseline conditions being a bit below the statewide average. In all cases, the targets adopted in last year's We Neo 2050 Plus plan were within 5% of ODOT's statewide targets, as you can see in this table. There are two targets for which ODOT does not provide statewide targets because they're applicable only to large urban areas. In this case, NOACA examined baseline conditions and trends to determine its own targets for annual hours of peak hour excessive delay per capita and the percentage of non-single occupancy vehicle travel for the Cleveland urban area. We propose targets of under 10 hours of delay per capita and targets of 18% plus and 18.5% plus for non-SOV travel in 2027 and 2029. Pending board approval, any alterations to targets would be incorporated into the long-range transportation plan and the TIP. So we're recommending that these performance targets be sent to the Planning and Programming Committee for placement on the September board agenda.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve? Motion, do we have a second? Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with an aye. Any opposed, same sign. And the motion is approved. Thank you. Next, as I said earlier, we have a presentation, discussion items here. The future action on no items here. Information. First, we have the state fiscal year 27 enhanced mobility of seniors and individuals with disabilities, section 5310, program applications, and our presenter, Ms. Telepak.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm going to be presenting to you our state fiscal year 2027, section 5310 program applications. No action is requested. This item is for presentation and discussion, and there's been no previous action. So just a quick background on the program itself. Section 5310 program provides capital grants for transportation providers of specialized populations like public transit agencies, municipalities, private nonprofits, or for-profit companies. So each year we get an apportionment. The calendar year 2026 Cleveland urbanized area apportionment is about $2.8 million. And we did have a little bit of carryover this year of $25,000. So the total available to applicants this round is about 2.8 million. And then the competitive budget, which is for the for-profits, the nonprofits, is at least 55% of that total apportionment. So that's about 1.5 million. And then the transit agencies get up to 45% of that apportionment. So they have about 1.2 million. The FTA says we can take NOACA up to 10%, may be used for NOACA program administration. But we have yet to know if we will take up to 10% at this point. So the applications were available from March 13th through April 24th for our transit applicants. And then for the competitive applicants, it was open from March 13th through May 1st. We received 28 requests for funding. 4 of those were transit agencies. They requested about $4.4 million. And then we had 24 competitive applications submitted requesting about $5 million. So the total amount of funds requested from this application round is about $9.4 million. So these are our transit agency applicants that submitted this year. You can see that they requested various things such as replacement vehicles, expansion vehicles, or operating funds. And the total request from these transit agencies is that $4.4 million. And then getting into our competitive application submissions, as I said, there were 24, so quite a bit. And many of the applicants submitted for multiple things. So as you can see in your packet, there's about 3 slides of these competitive applicant requests, requesting things from replacement vehicles to expansion vehicles or computer hardware, software, things to help their systems. So that's the first page, about 8 different agencies there. There's the second page of competitive applicants. Again, same thing, various requests, various types of applicants, nonprofits, government agencies. And then our last page of those competitive requests here. So in total, as stated, the competitive applicants are requesting about $5 million in funds. So to recap, the $2.8 million in FTA funds available to the Cleveland area from federal fiscal years 2026 apportionments. Of this amount, up to $277,000 may be used for NOACA administration. $25,000 was found in those carryover funds and are currently available to the competitive applicants. There may be a possibility of additional carryover identified during the application evaluation process, which we are currently in that evaluation process. And then the remaining $2.5 million will be available for those transit agencies and the competitive projects for implementation. So our next steps, as I mentioned, we are in that evaluation period, looking through those applications. On July 10th, we will present to the Planning and Programming Committee. On August 14th, we'll take the recommendations to the Executive Committee. And then in September at that board meeting, we'll take the recommendations to the Board of Directors. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Yes, sir.
In the scoring for the competitive, is the political subdivisions or the nonprofits given like priority over for-profits, or how has that worked?
No priority is given to one competitive applicant over the other. It's things like, what does their fleet look like? How old is their fleet? We ask for a lot of financial documentation to support that they can receive a grant that they're asking for. So that's more of the eligibility that we look at.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. We've only started funding for-profit in the last couple of years. Prior to that, we did not have even any applicants. And so our current criteria does not include anything as you're asking about, but it might not be a bad idea for us to take a look at that and look at our human services plan and talk to the feds to see if we're able to put some kind of a preference for the nonprofits or the municipal governments over the for-profit organizations. So again, this is relatively new for us, so it's not built into the structure, but I think it's a really good question and something we should consider.
Any other questions?
Question. Sure. So I'm just curious if, the recipients of the grant, if they say like a vehicle, they get a vehicle, is it to be used exclusively for seniors and disability, or is there restrictions on the use?
So the use should be within the NOACA area, the majority of the use. And then the persons using that vehicle supplied by the grant money, I believe it's 51% should be the seniors or individuals with disabilities using that vehicle.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. And next, we have the Aviation Advisory Council. Ms. Barley.
Yes, good morning to the subcommittee. I'm over here. Surprise. So I am presenting to you today about a new advisory council that NOACA is looking at adding that will actually report to the Transportation Subcommittee. So there's no action requested. This is for presentation and discussion. However, the draft charter has been approved by the Governance Committee, and it is scheduled to go to the board in June for approval. So this came about by a request from the Cuyahoga County Executive Ronayne at a Governance Committee meeting. It came up from the discussions around Burke specifically and what the future implications of different use cases might be, but more broadly was really about the important role of aviation in Northeast Ohio. Is certainly a highlighted sector for Northeast Ohio. So the Governance Committee discussed this over 3 different meetings and identified the goal of creating a council that could be a forum for local electeds and subject matter experts to discuss aviation, air mobility, air-related transportation planning issues, and see how those might be integrated into NOACA's current planning documentation, our long-range plan, or our TIP, or other related planning documentation, as well as provide guidance about aviation-related studies or grants or policies or emerging technologies and how they interplay into the regional transportation system. There was discussion over what this group would look like. Would it be a subcommittee? Would it be a council? Who would it report to? There was some debate over would it report to economic development? There's a lot of economic development potential around air and aviation in Northeast Ohio. Would it report to Transportation Subcommittee? So it was decided that it would be a council so that it could really maximize membership based on subject matter experts and then ultimately report to the Transportation Subcommittee. Because that's really the focus right now is how it fits into the region's transportation network. So councils and subcommittees are created under NOACA's Code of Regulations 6.9 Section C, and that requires a number of things, but also that once a charter is drafted, all of NOACA's committees, subcommittees, councils have a charter. The draft charter for this is in your packet, and I'm going to go over some of the highlights for you. But the draft charter has to come then to the reporting subcommittee or committee for review. So that's where we are right now. We're bringing it to you all since this is the council that will report to the subcommittee. And so starting with the purpose. So the goal, the intention, as I discussed a little bit, is that this council will serve as a technical and advisory body to guide NOACA's role in supporting the region's aviation system. NOACA doesn't have a specific mandate regarding aviation. There's a small component of it in our long-range plan, but nothing that's mandated. But that's part of what this council will be exploring. Is there a larger role for NOACA in the aviation space? To provide a forum for coordination among airports, aviation facilities, public agencies, and aviation stakeholders. I think every county in Ohio has an airport of some sort. So that's 5 airports right out of the gate for this region. So a lot of discussion to be had amongst those organizations. And the other purpose being to ensure that aviation infrastructure and services are effectively integrated into the region's multimodal transportation system and planning framework. So next on the charter are the goals. So I'm just going to read through these. If there are any questions, please let me know. The goals are to promote a safe, efficient, and resilient regional aviation system, ensure alignment between aviation planning and regional transportation, land use, and economic development goals, support coordination of aviation-related planning and funding, elevate the role of aviation regional mobility, freight movement, emergency response, and economic competitiveness. Activities include providing technical recommendations to NOACA staff, subcommittees, committees, and board of directors on aviation-related matters, advise on key issues, risks, and opportunities affecting the regional aviation system, facilitate information sharing and collaboration across jurisdictions, sectors, and encourage best practices, provide recommendations on policy, infrastructure, and partnerships needed to support growth and innovation, establish regional aviation planning goals. And then the membership includes representatives of the public airports in the region. So elected officials from the 5 counties and the city of Cleveland, as well as airport directors for the airports in the region, and then air and aviation subject matter experts. So including sectors such as advanced air mobility, uncrewed aerial systems sectors, airport aviation pilot professional associations, airlines, fixed-based operators, or direct service providers. So these are all categories. The full membership list is in the packet. These are broadly the categories that are covered by it. And so the next step will be presenting the charter, a full membership roster, and potential meeting dates to the board for approval at their June meeting. And that is all I have for you.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, we have Arizona TEDI pilot study update by Cynthia Peck from American Structure Point.
Hello. I'm moving slowly. I have a broken big toe. Good morning. So we are here to present to you what we have done so far regarding the Arizona TEDI pilot study and to gather input from you regarding this study. So no official action is requested. I'm presenting for information only, and there was no previous action. So the Transportation for Economic Development Initiative project kicked off in June of 2025, and we are going to be wrapping up by the end of this year, before then. This is a slide of our project team. So these are the people that are working on the project. Here today is myself, Cynthia Peck, Aaron Montz, and also Angie Schmidt. So just an overview of the project. The Aerozone is the geographic area you see before you in gray. It is a conglomeration of parts of 9 different cities. It also includes the airport, the IX Center, and several other major hubs, including NASA and several development sites. So the reason that the TEDI for the Aerozone is important is that there are many key assets in that geographic area that are underconnected. It's a mix of aging and emerging districts, and the land use is extremely fragmented. Much of the surrounding development is aging or underused, and new investments could stall if they can't connect to other portions of the area. So our region's historic strength is dense, walkable, connected, centered, and it's at risk from decentralization in this area in the Arizona. It's uniquely positioned, though, to reverse that trend by helping to stitch together assets in a way that strengthens Cleveland's urban fabric. So what we need to do is reduce silos and create an ecosystem where infrastructure, land use, workforce, and innovation reinforce each other and work together. So we're trying to avoid missing opportunities by coordinating investments and coordinating all of the efforts into, a shared direction. So the goal of the TEDI, what we will deliver, it is a structured collaborative process for identifying challenges and defining solutions. We are bringing stakeholders together, and these stakeholders often work in parallel, but not in a coordinated manner. So we started this process by creating a clear picture of existing conditions. We gathered a number of existing studies and put together all that information to figure out what's working, what's missing, and then going forward to help create a vision of what's possible. Throughout this process, we've done public engagement. We've had 2 public meetings. We've had several stakeholder meetings and focus group meetings. So that has been a part of this as well. What we are going towards is a district level plan grounded in land use and creating transportation opportunities, and have this be coordinated with all of the regional plans that we looked at during our existing conditions portion. So it will deliver a list of specific projects, policies, and partnerships that are realistic, fundable, and transformational. This is meant to be a study that is put into play and not something that is simply put on a shelf. So this is just a list of the project components, just making sure you understand that these are all of the documents and deliverables. Right now, the existing conditions report has been already submitted and reviewed. The performance monitoring framework is complete. And right now we are working on scenario and alternatives development. So that is why I'm here today, is to talk to you about the scenarios and show you those and ask for any input that you might have. And then moving forward, we'll have the final recommendations report and an implementation roadmap. And of course, we'll have a summary of our stakeholder and public engagement. So success will be a shared vision that reflects local priorities and regional economic opportunity. And it will describe a portfolio of projects and strategies, not just ideas, but actionable plans with roles, timelines, and implementation pathways. It will have performance measures that help track progress over time, helping to keep partners aligned and focused even as circumstances change. We are creating a strong alignment with state and federal funding priorities by developing these projects, and that will give us a better shot at securing investment in the district. And what we are hoping to promote is a greater sense of identity and cohesion for the Arizona, reinforcing it as an innovation and logistics hub for the region. So the public involvement that we have done, public meetings 1 and 2, we've just a couple of bullet points here about things that we've heard, concerns about stadium traffic, bike access, focus groups, concern and excitement about the stadium, a concern about last mile transit connections. They don't seem to be very good. And then infrastructure condition concerns, just potholes and whatnot. We did do a survey, an online survey, and this screen shows you some of the responses we had to that. There was a lot of support for bike and pedestrian improvements, concerns about development that is occurring. There did not seem to be much concern about access to housing, and there was only minor congestion issue noted. So existing conditions, just pointing out that currently we are projecting a population decline in the Aerozone area, and we're hoping that promoting economic development might reverse this. And again, with population decline, we're also projecting right now an employment decrease. So would like to help the area by promoting the Teddy and by putting it into play. So a little bit of information about the current transit system and the current bicycle pedestrian infrastructure. This is something that we are also looking at to see if there are opportunities for more connection, opportunities for areas that are missed. So looking at that with our scenarios. And this is some crash data with injury severity from throughout the Aerozone. So the scenarios. We are currently running with 3 scenarios. They are not mutually exclusive. The final scenario will likely incorporate things from each of these scenarios I am about to share with you. The first scenario that we developed is a central innovation hub, and this scenario really focuses on the areas, aerospace, transportation investment, building momentum. What we're trying to do here is create hubs of innovation. So you'll see that the yellow areas are areas where we're hoping to get more to aid economic development based on our transportation projects that we would recommend for the area. So those are areas that we see as needing funding to help encourage economic development in those areas. The green areas are areas that have previously been identified as economic development areas. So between the green and the yellow, these are areas that we want to make sure are connected with the transit and transportation networks. So the flags, the gray flags that you see, are traffic areas of concern that have been identified by either public comment or analysis. So the key goal here is to use vacant and underutilized parcels in a better way. And the growth sectors are mostly aerospace, manufacturing, and logistics. And the cost for this particular concept is the lowest of the 3, only because we are leveraging all of the existing infrastructure and just building from there. The second concept is the town center model. And in this particular scenario, we have highlighted the cities in the area and really focused on developing town centers for each one. And like I said, these are not mutually exclusive. We have spoken to some of these areas, and some of them are super interested in having town centers and some of them are not. So we've already determined that not all of these town centers are something that the communities are interested in pursuing. But right now, this is the town center model. And the goal here is to create vibrant activity centers. The growth sectors are mostly retail, hospitality, and light manufacturing. And the pink areas here are the town centers that we identified, and they are not necessarily placed exactly where the cities want them. As I said, we are in development of these scenarios. And as we are meeting with the cities, we are getting more information about where those town centers would be if the community is interested in them. So the last scenario that we have is a corridor investment scenario, and this is our most transit-oriented scenario. Also has a good amount of information on here about transit-oriented development. This is the most costly of the scenarios because building more transit infrastructure is a little bit costly. So here, the red line extension to the IX Center that we're showing has already been nixed. So if that would be a comment, that was something that we had looked at to try to get more economic development at the IX Center, but that has already been removed. The BRT lines are shown in pink on this, and Lorraine Road is already being studied. And then we have an additional line on here. The transit-oriented development sites are shown by the circles and the red, the red highlighting. So for this scenario, we are creating corridors of opportunity, and the major growth sectors are light manufacturing and commercial. So in order to make sure that we are on the right track and we are progressing well, we have listed some performance metrics. These are things that we want to make sure that we are moving towards, you know, a greater percentage of jobs reachable within 45 minutes by transit. We want to make sure that job accessibility by mode increases. We want to make sure the travel time reliability index increases and the traffic level, the stress level of traffic decreases. We're moving towards increasing the number of development-ready sites by providing them with multimodal access. And then we want jobs located in high-access zones. So these are just factors that we are gathering information on what they are now, and we'll gather information going forward. And when we are developing the scenarios, we are taking into account how the scenarios would impact these performance metrics. So there are also environmental and community access performance metrics included. So one thing I wanted to note before I finish is that we currently have a SeekBeak site open to gather more public comment. And I would encourage you to go back to your organizations and share that with them. It is available from our Aerozone Teddy website, which is www.aerozoneteddy.org. And if you go to that, on the homepage there is a link to the public meeting, which is a virtual public meeting through SeekBeak. Highly encourage you to share that. The cost of this study is not to exceed $414,748. American Structure Point and the NOACA staff will continue to provide updates to the subcommittee as the project progresses. Cindy Peck, this is me and my email if you need to get in touch with me. Angie Schmidt on the bottom is also here. She has been doing most of our public outreach coordination, and she's also a specialist in pedestrian and multimodal connections. So that is it. Are there any questions or comments?
Thank you.
I got a question.
Sure.
So, what is NOACA's role in, is it a committee, the study? I assume NOACA's funding the study?
NOACA is funding the study, so they are on the management team for the study.
And probably, I would hope, a stakeholder.
They are a major stakeholder. Other stakeholders are the individual cities, GCRTA, the metro parks, and several other entities in the area.
And how long does the study go for?
It's 18 months.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions? Thank you. Next, we have reports, and the state fiscal year 2026 NOACA-funded project monitoring report was included in your packet. Next, old business. Is there any old business? None. Is there any new business? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. So move. Do we have a second? Okay. All in favor signify with an aye. Any opposed, same sign, and the meeting is adjourned. You have 30 minutes to take back.
receive allegiance. Please stand if you are able. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rule of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the button on top of them. Any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
A second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. Has anyone signed in to speak today? Okay. There being none, we will move on to the next agenda item. Is there an executive director's report?
There is not, but I just want to welcome you to NOACA and thank you for making the trip out here. The work that we do is very important for the region and we can't do it without you. Thanks.
All right, we'll move on to our action items. The Medina County 5-year facility planning area, boundary and prescription update.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Stanzi, and I'm a Water Quality Planner 2 here at NOACA. Today, I will be presenting our Medina County 5-year facility planning area, or FPA boundary and prescription update. We are requesting that this item is recommended to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration of placement on the September 2026 Board of Directors agenda. And there has been no previous action on this item. Oops. So first, we just wanted to call to attention some changes in our 5-year update schedule. Every 5 years, on a rotating basis, we review and update the FPA boundaries and prescriptions for each county in the NOACA region. In fiscal year 2026, we worked on Medina County, and in fiscal year 2027, we will now be working on the Lorain County 5-year update. Originally, we had Lake County scheduled for fiscal year 27, but due to ongoing FPA negotiations and in an effort to work more effectively and to provide proper technical assistance to all DMAs and affected jurisdictions, we will be working on updating FPA boundaries and prescriptions in Lorain County starting in July 2026. Pamela Davis will talk a little bit more about this later, but we just wanted to bring this to your attention. So the Lake County 5-year update will now take place in fiscal year 2028, and then the cycle will proceed on schedule from there as of now. So Cuyahoga County will be fiscal year 2029 and Geauga County in fiscal year 2030. So just to give an overview of the Medina County 5-year update, we reviewed and proposed changes to over 3,600 parcels. A vast majority of those updates were transitioning local prescription areas to default prescription areas for clarity and regional consistency. This included 3,320 parcels that we reassigned prescriptions to prevent confusion among NOACA and Ohio EPA staff during permit to install or PTI reviews and just to better reflect current sewer service conditions. We worked with every DMA in Medina County to realign FPA boundaries and prescriptions proactively where needed, and we updated information in Clean Water 2020 as part of this update as well. So for our Clean Water 2020 plan updates, we started with Table 4B-6, which lists the primary and secondary designated management agencies within Medina County. We updated the jurisdiction names under the primary and secondary DMA columns to be clear, so we added village, county, city, township, that kind of language where needed. We also reviewed the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES permits, to confirm and update the Publicly Owned Treatment Works, or POTW column, making sure that the average design flow metrics were up to date. And then we also reviewed and updated where needed the receiving waterway column. Additionally, we will be removing local prescription related language from the 208 plan, specifically as it applies to Medina County. And then we will remove the local prescription option as a prescription on the FPA countywide map, which we can take a look at that FPA countywide map now. That's attachment 1, which was included in the packet for today's meeting. This shows the current FPA boundaries and prescriptions. Again, this is what we started with when we began the update. So you can see a lot of local prescription areas shown in red throughout the county. I also want to note the portion of the Medina County FPA that extends into the NEFCO region, the Northeast Ohio 4-County Regional Planning and Development Organization, which is the designated area-wide planning agency for the Akron area. So that area is shown in the black hatch marks in Richfield Township. This is an area where there's an agreement between Medina County and the Summit County Metropolitan Sewer District, where Medina County receives and treats wastewater from this area. I'll talk a little bit more about this area in a bit, but moving on to attachment 2, which shows the proposed FPA boundaries and prescriptions as a result of our update and our collaboration with all 8 DMAs. So we received signatures on acknowledgement of map accuracy forms, which depict and track all of the updates at the parcel level for each primary DMA in Medina County. So all parties are in agreement on these updates. And now I just want to zoom in on some of the proposed update areas to show how we are streamlining and proactively updating our maps. So first we'll zoom into Bonetta Road in Granger Township within the Medina County FPA. This is an example of collaboration among NOACA, Medina County Sanitary Engineers staff, and Ohio EPA staff. So we were contacted by Ohio EPA staff regarding a sewer extension on Bonetta Road, shown in light blue here. This sewer extension will be serving a parcel on the west side of Bonetta Road. And as a result of this sewer extension, sewers will become available to the 10 parcels along the east side of Bonetta Road, which are currently prescribed as areas served by on-site systems. So if the prescriptions remained areas served by on-site systems and any of these parcels were required to connect to the proposed sewer extension in the future, that would be inconsistent with our plan, but this is where working so closely with our DMAs is so valuable in this process, because Mr. Cinco and Mr. Romine were aware of this and made a proposed update. And so we proposed changing the prescriptions for the 10 parcels on the east side of Bonetta Road to limited sewers expected within 20 years, so that these parcels could connect in the future based on the determination of the local health department, and the PTI for the sewer extension would be consistent with our plan. A similar situation occurred in Sharon Township along Ridge Road. The Garage Club condominiums is proposed for this parcel, which is currently prescribed again as areas served by on-site systems. And as part of this update, we will propose changing the prescription to limited sewers expected within 20 years. Again, thanks to our collaboration with the Medina County Sanitary Engineers, this eliminated the need for a single FPA modification to be brought through our board approval process, and the PTI can be approved pending NOACA board approval. So 5 additional parcels along Ridge Road between the Medina County and Wadsworth FPAs were also discussed, and we reached agreement among DMAs to make these changes. so that the boundaries and prescriptions are more accurate in this area. I numbered the parcels here just for easier presentation. So parcel 1 is currently within the Wadsworth FPA. And during our review with Mr. Cinco, he indicated that this parcel had been a customer of Medina County since 1980 and was able to provide that documentation. So we believe this parcel modification was probably missed in a previous FPA negotiation that occurred in this area. So we propose transferring this parcel to the Medina County FPA to reflect current sewer service conditions. Parcel 2 was split by the FPA boundary and had multiple prescriptions. So we met with the Medina County sanitary engineers and the City of Wadsworth staff to discuss this parcel. And based on engineering feasibility and current sewer infrastructure plans, it was agreed upon that this parcel should be within the Medina County FPA. So that's what we are proposing and updating the prescriptions to sewers expected within 20 years. Parcel 3 was similarly split by the boundary and had 2 prescriptions, but again, based on feasibility and current infrastructure, the DMAs agreed that the parcel should be part of the Wadsworth FPA and the prescriptions should be sewers expected within 20 years. And finally, parcels 4 and 5 are both proposed to be transferred to the Wadsworth FPA. Parcel 4 was split by the FPA boundary, but was served by Wadsworth. And parcel 5 was likely also missed in a previous FPA negotiation and is also currently served by the City of Wadsworth. So one last area I want to zoom into in the Medina County FPA is the area within the NEFCO region in Richfield Township. Again, this is a portion of the Medina County FPA that reaches into the NEFCO region. And in reviewing the Ohio EPA online FPA maps for the entire state, NOACA noticed that there are overlapping prescriptions between NOACA and NEFCO's 208 plan. So NOACA staff set up a meeting with Ohio EPA and NEFCO staff to discuss this area. And Ohio EPA staff indicated that because this area is within the NEFCO region, only the NEFCO prescriptions that are designated in NEFCO's 208 plan would be applied and reviewed in if a PTI or a similar application was submitted in this area. So to prevent any confusion, NOACA staff proposed that we remove any NOACA prescriptions in this area as they would not be considered nor applied in this area. So now I would like to show some of the updates that we made in other FPAs within Medina County, starting with the Wadsworth FPA. So again, we just focused on those areas where there was local prescriptions, and then also looked at an area in Sharon Township where several parcels were prescribed as areas served by on-site systems. And the City of Wadsworth is expecting some demand to increase in the next 20 years. So we updated those prescriptions to more accurately reflect current conditions. Similarly, in the Rittman FPA, we met with the City of Rittman staff to update the Rittman prescriptions and FPA boundaries to better reflect current conditions. And then we met several times with the Village of Lodi staff to propose updates in the Lodi FPA, with the most significant changes shown circled here. These are areas where parcels had multiple conflicting prescriptions and areas where the FPA boundary split several parcels. So we propose including these parcels completely within the Lodi FPA and updating prescriptions based on current conditions as suggested by the village staff. We also worked with the Village of Seville via email to propose updates for the Seville FPA, again reviewing areas where there was multiple conflicting prescriptions and updating those to be more accurate. And then there were some examples of some minor but still important updates, like we saw in the Westfield Center FPA. 4 parcels in their FPA were prescribed as sewers expected within 20 years, but those are now currently sewered. It's just good to have the most up-to-date information in our geodatabases. And then the same with the Creston FPA. This parcel had multiple prescriptions, but is now sewered. So just some of our lessons learned. Every update is different, and after completing 3 countywide updates over the past 2.5 years, We found that while the outcomes are often similar, each DMA requires a unique approach, and each update helps us improve how we adapt and collaborate. Each DMA also brings valuable perspectives. So for example, Mr. Cinco suggested developing a standard process for tracking our FPA changes between 5-year updates. And this is something we plan to discuss at our upcoming DMA roundtable meeting on June 24th. And we welcome any feedback on that as well, on the most effective tracking method, whether that's through email, a web form, an interactive map, or another approach. Mr. Cinco also raised the idea of mapping secondary DMAs, which we're exploring for future 5-year updates. And then finally, Mr. Cinco and Mr. Roman shared a potential service area map that helped us transition local prescription areas to more accurate default prescriptions. So we recommend this as a useful tool for other DMAs undertaking similar analyses. As always, pending NOACA board approval, we will transmit copies of the resolution to the appropriate agencies and then submit these updates to the Ohio EPA for certification by the governor. And again, we are requesting that this item is recommended to the Planning and Programming Committee, and I will stand for any questions or discussion.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
A second? Any discussion?
Hi, thank you, Sarah. I just have a quick question. Are any of the parcel owners notified of these changes after they've been approved? Is there any communication to them that their FPA has changed?
So not individual parcel owners. We share the resolution and any documentation with affected jurisdictions, primary and secondary DMAs. Pam, I don't know if you want to add anything.
So in the 208 plan, the Clean Water 2020, it identifies that the primary DMAs, they are responsible for sewer planning within their facility planning area, and it's about what their infrastructure can handle, what their wastewater treatment plant can handle. So they are the entity that we look to for that information.
Jeremy. Mr. Finkel, sorry.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move on to some future action, and this is the Avon Lake Lorco Phase 1 FPA boundary and prescription modification request.
Just a couple points of order before we begin. Staff had inadvertently left off letters of support from Carlisle Township in reference in the memo regarding this and in reference to the consistency review that was part of the packet. That has been updated and is available online. Also in the audience, we have the applicant, Lorco. We have the property owners and the developer in the audience, and a representative from Carlisle Township. So we have received a letter of support from Carlisle Township, just to be clear. So again, this is no action requested. This is for a potential future action item. And this is traditionally our process. NOACA's 208 plan, the Clean Water 2020 plan was updated, and Chapter 4 guides all of these policies and processes. So there's a process within which we identify designated management agencies. There's a process within which FPA modifications can be made. There's a process within which prescriptions can be made. And so we always refer back to that Clean Water 2020 plan, usually Chapter 4 and Appendix 4, all the appendices to Chapter 4. So the modification request before you for information is to allow Lorco, Lorraine County Rural, I forget what it stands for, so I apologize, to provide sanitary sewers to a development by Raintree LLC called Carlisle Center. And I'll show you on a map in a minute. So the applicant is Lorco, who is a secondary and DMA to the Avon Lake Lorco Phase 1 FPA area. The transfer would take 3 parcels that are in Carlisle Township, about 200 acres, a little bit less than 200 acres, take it from Illyria's FPA, and the proposal is to put it into the Avon Lake Lorco Phase 1 FPA. The modification also requests prescriptions be changed for 2 of the parcels from areas served by on-site systems to sewers expected in 20 years, again, to allow for this Carlisle Center development. The affected parties are the City of Elyria, Lorco, Avon Lake, Lorraine County, and Carlisle Township. We've received letters of support from Lorco, Avon Lake, Lorraine County, and Carlisle. We have received an email with a 1-line of opposition from the City of Elyria, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So the parcels in hatched are the property that are owned and are in, I guess, in play for this development process. The image on the left, the hatched parcels, you can see the boundary splits, let me see if I can put a line here, get the image here. So we have the splitting of these parcels and the development. If you can see the development on the right, I apologize for the image. This is what we had. You can see that this parcel here kind of flows across. You see some development, and then with potential access to the Lorco sewer down here. So I orientated that image to follow that. So the proposal is requesting these 3 parcels be transferred from Illyria's FPA to the Avon Lake Lorco Phase 1 FPA. And you can see with the change of prescriptions going from the green, which is areas served by on-site systems, to sewers expected within 20 years. Again, I mentioned that NOACA has a process that's established and outlined in the Clean Water 2020 plan. And so as part of that, let me see if I can turn this thing off. As part of that, the Clean Water Plan requires a 60-day comment period for all affected jurisdictions. And based on the date of the application for this FPA modification, the comment period will end July 20th, hence why we're not bringing anything for consideration for action. As I said, the mayor of Elyria submitted an email on May 26th that just opposed the modification and indicated they would send a letter over later. We did not receive a letter, but we sent a response to the City of Elyria on May 27th, requesting responses to the questions included in FPA Policy 4-6A, which refers to criteria for the existing designated management agency to maintain planning responsibilities with an existing facility planning area, or FPA. So we're asking them to respond to the criteria in Policy 4-6A. The plan specifically states it is incumbent upon the existing primary or secondary DMA to provide documentation to NOACA on all applicable criteria to maintain its sewer planning authority. Page 4-12. And then the policy goes on to say, in cases of challenge, the responsible sewer planning will remain with the existing DMA in each established FPA when the existing primary or secondary DMA can demonstrate any of the following: that the proposal is not cost effective, the requested change would significantly or negatively impact the existing DMA sewerage system affordability, the requested change would compromise the existing primary DMA sewage system efficiency or integrity, defined as the ability to meet its NPDES permit limitations, that the requested change would result in a violation of the conditions of Section 201, the facilities construction grants received through US EPA or as a provision of a state revolving loan fund administered by Ohio EPA. The existing primary DMA can show that it will suffer undue harm that will not be offset by a net positive impact from the proposed FPA change. And then G, the existing primary secondary DMA has constructed components of their sewage system to serve the area of the requested boundary change and has not received compensation in these capital expenditures from the applicant for the change or the affected jurisdictions proposed to be removed from the existing FPA. I don't think that one applies because there's no sewers, there's no infrastructure in place. So in our case, again, we follow this process. The 60-day comment period closes on July 20th. This morning, I will say that we received a voicemail about 11:30 from the City of Illyria's engineer. We also received an email. I forwarded a link to them to listen in to this meeting, and we will follow up with the City of Elyria to hopefully address the criteria in Policy 4-6B. We would also like to host a meeting between the primary and secondary DMAs. That would be Avon Lake, Lorco, and the City of Elyria. We'd like to have an in-person meeting here at NOACA. Staff will develop an agenda, we'll facilitate that meeting, and we'll document those results. And then we'll provide an update to you in September. The idea is generally when we have an FPA modification, we develop a consistency review, and that is included in your packet. So there are questions that are outstanding in that consistency review that we hope to address. I can take any questions, and Mr. Chairman, if you would like to offer any commentary from the parties that are here.
Rookie mistake. I would ask anyone in the committee first, do you have any discussion, questions regarding this topic?
I know this isn't the first time this area has been up for evaluation and FPA modification. I believe the last one was about 5 years ago. Just curious, if you don't know Pam, or NOACA staff, if there's been any communication between the parties in Elyria in the last 5 years since that first FPA modification request was submitted.
So Eric is, Mr. Aiken from Ohio EPA is referencing the history that's included in the consistency review. There was an agreement years ago in 2010, work by NOACA in 2014, information item to this committee in 2021. And then more recently, the city of Elyria, more recently, the developer has indicated they have tried to reach out to Elyria, but they've not been able to have any conversations. And I'll stand corrected if that's incorrect.
Thank you.
I guess I'd like to just make a brief comment on this. Until our responsibility here as the Water Quality Subcommittee is essentially to evaluate the application that is submitted for the FPA and its compliance with the 2020 Clean Water Plan. In my personal view, I know that it sounds like Elyria already responded that they oppose the FPA, but have offered no other commentary or did not identify or address any of the criteria in that plan. I think that that's our responsibility as the committee members then to take that into account when we review the submitted information and vote on it. Really anything outboard of what their application is, in my opinion, irrelevant. We're here to evaluate the application and its compliance with the plan. So that's, I think, all I have to say about that. Unless there's any other comments anyone here has, I can open it up to the public if they'd like to talk about this topic, but I'd just be asked that they speak to their application and the criteria in that application. So does anyone else on the committee need to have any further discussions on this? Looking no. Does anyone from the public, would you like to speak on this topic in regards to your application?
Hello, Scott Dillon, Raintree Development, landowner, developer. I think that one thing that's worth highlighting is that when we went through this process in 2021, really that was a process of discovery as to, what this process actually looks like. Since then, in March of 24 or 25, we secured the key 64-acre piece that allows us a front door access to State Route 301, and it would really allow for us to build this project out with the best chance of success. Lorco's sewer is currently on Slife Road, and we would like to build the sewer out from there and take it to the main access point of 301. The situation that we have now doesn't allow for us to do that. We'd be forced to build out from Slife Road, which is a township road, not a state road. So, and of course, if I could just speak to where we're at in the housing industry, I presume everybody in the room understands that we do have a shortage. And this would give us an opportunity to meet that. We've got the backing of the township. They would like to keep their autonomy. Lorco has the ability to service this. Elyria does not, unless they can prove otherwise. And really, I'll just limit my comments to that at this time. Does anybody have any questions of me, the landowner developer, as I'm here with Mark Haynes, the other landowner developer?
Yeah, could you just elaborate a little more on your efforts to engage the city of Elyria?
Yeah, so we had a meeting with the county several months ago, and at that moment it was concluded that reach out to the city, new administration. You might find that they're receptive to having this conversation. I shared with Pam an email that I had sent to the mayor, and really that email was meant to kind of bring them up to date. I live this, right? I know this, but the city has kind of been in the backdrop for them. Quite honestly, we never heard back from them. So at that moment, we really have no choice other than to go through this process to allow for us to have the conversation. And we, to this point, still haven't heard from Elyria. I guess Pam has an update this morning at the last minute, but yeah, that's where we're at with the city of Elyria. We haven't heard anything.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you said that Elyria does not have the ability to handle this? Is that what, did I hear that?
Their sewer is currently about a mile away from this property.
Okay, do they have capacity? If you were able to get the flow there?
Yeah, Lorco's got the capacity we need.
But does Elyria? Is that one in the? I'm a little
Elyria's
confused
not
here.
there yet, so they would
Okay.
have to build out millions of dollars. I won't talk in detail about that. I don't know what those numbers look like, but it's roughly a mile away to our property where Elyria currently stops.
Okay. all right.
Okay.
I would like to make mention that one of the criteria in the application is that the existing DMA is unwilling to extend. So I need to hear, like I said, this is so preliminary and not having Illyria's response, it's really hard to comment on a lot of this. I would need to hear from Elyria that they are unable or unwilling to. I would like to see that in writing, at least from them.
So I apologize for this. I just received an email from the city of Elyria, and they sent a letter, it must have gotten lost in our spam, that they're opposed and wish to retain the boundaries. They continue to make strides in expanding the service area to meet the needs of the populace. The city, they're actively pursuing additional funding to further extend sanitary sewers onto Butternut Ridge to LaGrange Road near the border of their existing FPA. Not only would removing the area from the existing FPA negatively affect future sewer rates for our customers, but the area is integral to the continued overall expansion and potential development of Elyria necessary to ensure ongoing prosperity of the city, as well as the health and well-being of the residents of Elyria surrounding areas in Lorraine County. With that in mind, and knowing additional areas are within the FPA are near the proposed subdivision, subdivision will need to be serviced by the city of Elyria in the future. It is prudent to allow the removal of the requested area from, wait a minute, sorry, let me restate that. With that in mind and knowing the additional areas within our FPA near the proposed subdivision will still need to be serviced by the city of Elyria in the future, it would be prudent to allow the removal of the requested area from the existing FPA. It would be prudent, but I don't know if that's what they mean. Instead, while we have yet been granted access to any plans or timelines for the project, the city would be open to discussion with the developer to potentially connect our existing sewers to the proposed subdivision, potentially leveraging a tax increment financing agreement to bridge the funding gap. So I apologize, we will share that with you. Again, this is maybe a spam issue.
Pam, can you do me a solid? Can you reverse your slides? Can you show the map real quick? So they said that this extension was prudent to the extension of their system? Is that what you're saying? That was part of the sewer extension, part of them expanding their system?
Yeah, I'm
This is
not,
a dead end for them.
I'm not sure because their sewer lines
Right.
are not available on this image of the map.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that that's a dead end. Because then you run into the existing Avon, Lorco and Carlisle, FPA boundaries.
So then the
There's-
conversation I think the developer was suggesting is that the sewer would be connected here.
Yeah, I get that. I'm saying Illyria's letter that you just read stated that the extension was part of their
Yeah, I'm like,
long-term extension, but there's really nowhere to extend it to outside of that development.
so that's a great question that we should ask them when we meet with the city of Elyria. Again, I'm reading this cold.
Yeah,
I haven't had a chance to dissect it and ask questions of the letter. But I just wanted to make sure that, I think we have Elyria listening, so I wanted to make sure that we actually acknowledge that we missed this letter in spam.
That's fair. And then this is gonna be an action item at our next scheduled meeting.
Well, the intent is to follow the NOACA Clean Water 2020 process, and if all of the conditions are met, it could be presented to you all for a decision.
What conditions are outstanding?
The four dash B, and we still need probably a confirmation of treatment flow from Avon Lake.
But that would be, their response is due by July 20th, right?
Well, that's the affected jurisdiction comment period. Now, for the September meeting, for the action would be 18 days prior to that. I haven't done the calculation of the due date on that. Would be 18 days prior to the Water Quality Subcommittee meeting.
Okay, so this hasn't been submitted to get on the agenda. We're still in the what triggers the application process to get on the agenda?
So this has been added as a future action item. It is staff's intent to make sure that we dot our i's and cross our t's and fill all of that consistency review information out. If we can bring it back as an action item with holes in it, and the committee could still review it and make a recommendation.
I guess, and maybe I'm a stickler for the rules, but if they have till July 20th, and that's what they have till, and then we can review after that.
That is correct. Elyria has until July 20th to respond to the affected jurisdiction conversation. Go ahead, Mr. Aiken, I'm sorry.
I also believe it's in your policies that if after the affected jurisdiction comment period, there is not agreement, you have to organize a meeting to try to come to consensus. So that, depending on how that goes, that might it might not be ripe yet, depending on how those talks go, to be presented as an action item next time.
What
So
is the time frame on that meeting after that?
From my understanding,
be?
there is no time frame. It's yeah.
So
That doesn't appear fair to the applicant.
this is what we're intending. This is our plan, is that we will follow up with Elyria this afternoon. We'll try to get a meeting with them. We will then try to schedule a meeting with the primary and secondary DMAs, which is Lorco, Avon Lake, and Elyria, hopefully before we hit any time in August. So want to hit that 20-day period for affected jurisdiction. If we don't receive any additional information, that's what we have for a comment period. And then the idea is we follow the process.
So I'm assuming you're gonna get the letter of, well, they've already opposed, right? So is scheduling the meeting now?
That's our next step is to follow up with Elyria, and then schedule that meeting
Gotcha.
within the next week or so, depending on schedules.
Any other discussion on this topic? All right. Well, thank you, Pam. I guess we'll move on to the NOACA Water Quality Program update.
That would be me again. So we had just had a major rain event that may affect our harmful algal bloom season. So the idea is NOAA and another university actually issue forecasts for the season. They send out weekly bulletins. Did I miss a slide? Oh, sorry. Information, we do this quarterly, sorry about that. The first projection came out May 7th, projecting a severity of 2.5 to 5.5 out of an index of 10. Again, the blooms are conditional upon how much available total bioavailable phosphorus there is in the water column. So the more rain we get in the spring, the more available phosphorus there is. I think listening to our air quality folks, we are expecting El Nino, so it's going to be hotter, drier. So if we get a lot of rain now, which this last storm just pumped a bunch of stuff in, I'm not sure what it's going to do with the forecast. But ultimately, if it's hotter in July and August, then we can potentially see a more severe bloom. Right now, the observations as of May 30th, the severity has increased from forecasted to 3.0 to between and 5.5. And again, NOAA issues a comprehensive seasonal forecast around the end of June every year. And so if you haven't signed up for these, please do so. So I'm going to share the PowerPoint here with our water quality intern, Maya Sack. She's going to talk about our water quality strategic plan and One Water philosophy.
Thank you, Pam. Good afternoon. As you said, my name is Maya Sack. I am the water quality intern here at NOACA. NOACA water quality staff have been closely following the release of the 2026 to 2031 Small Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System General Permit OHQ 000005. The initial draft of the permit was released for public comment on June 4th, 2026. Following the final issuance of the renewal permit, the Ohio EPA will contact existing permittees with a notice to renew within 90 days. During the interim, the older 2021 to 2026 MS4 general permit will remain in effect. NOACA water quality staff are continuing to use the new MS4 permit cycle to promote the One Water philosophy by providing messaging resources and communicating permit updates to MS4 communities. In the new permit, Minimum Control Measure 1, Public Education and Outreach, now requires specific messaging targeting salt storage, handling, and application. Additionally, permittees are now required to address an updated TMDL/pollutant list, which now includes nutrients, E. coli, bacteria, dissolved oxygen and organic enrichment, metals, and total suspended solids. NOACA water quality staff are continuing to develop a One Water philosophy stormwater management plan toolkit. This toolkit is designed to assist MS4 communities in fulfilling their new requirements for Minimum Control Measure 1, Public Education and Outreach, MCM 2, Public Involvement and Participation, and MCM 6, Pollution Prevention and Good Housekeeping. Lastly, the toolkit will contain One Water philosophy messaging for small MS4 communities to use in addressing the updated TMDLs. Through this effort, NOACA fulfills the mission of the Water Quality Strategic Plan by providing planning and technical support to enhance the region's quality of life through the management of water as a valuable resource, while also advancing the One Water philosophy, Goal 4 of the Water Quality Strategic Plan. NOACA staff have drafted a One Water logo that will cohesively brand NOACA's water quality planning work. NOACA water quality staff will also be updating the water quality web pages with the intent to integrate the One Water philosophy messaging on NOACA's water quality web pages. Through consistent messaging on an updated website, NOACA will advance the One Water philosophy and provide the highest quality of planning and technical assistance to our constituent communities. Thank you.
Nice job, Maya. Excellent work. NOACA has been part of discussions regarding sewer shed planning. Sewer sheds are kind of like watersheds. You know, watersheds all drain the area of one area to a point to a stream that ultimately discharges. Well, sewer shed is thinking about the wastewater treatment plant and what do they treat and where's the end of that planning area. So how EPA actually utilized some sewer shed planning from our sister agency, TMACOG, used to be known as TMACOG, now known as Lake Erie West Council. They've done some sewer shed mapping, for lack of a better conversation, and the state's been incorporating that into the nutrient mass balance study for Ohio's major rivers. So the nutrient mass balance study talks about how much nutrients a stream can handle. They look at the amount of nutrients coming from permitted sources. They look at non-point sources, including on-site sewage systems, and then they look at other non-point source like agricultural runoff, and they kind of identify what is the balance of that river water body and how do we reduce that. So they use this in updating the state's nutrient mass balance study. So again, they're looking at total nitrogen and total phosphorus by watersheds. And so this map, Ohio EPA is also working with US EPA, trying to think about how to incorporate our locally derived sewer shed data sets into the National Sewer Shed online map. So quick clarification. So US EPA has developed these sewer shed maps. Their methodology is really about a model development to see if they can develop a model to develop a sewer shed map. And they're testing the model, for lack of better, conversation. And they're asking folks to consider their sewer shed map, see how well it matches up with in the ground reality planning. They're using decision trees, et cetera. Ohio is kind of in an interesting position that we have a lot of data that we already know about. I know that the Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District has provided some information to this process. So we've got EPA looking at a modeled sewer shed versus an actual sewer shed. And so they engaged the area-wides, our other sister agencies, with the state to have a conversation about how can we review the data and provide input. So their methodology really thinks about the characteristics. They're looking at building footprints and impervious surfaces. The last time we asked the question about do you have sewer connections was in 1990. So they're kind of using population data, some land cover, elevation, and then they're using the results of the Clean Watersheds Needs Survey to help develop this model. So all models are wrong, some are useful, right? So we have to train the model to be better, be more useful. And so that's what they're asking the area-wides to do, is to really think about what do we have that we can help with this process, and can we evaluate these sewer sheds? I think one of the things that we'll be doing as part of the 5-year update when we focus on Lorraine County is kind of thinking about this in terms with the information that we have. Again, we continue to support our areas of concern. The Black River, exciting news. The final beneficial use impairment, the degradation of benthos, there's a removal packet that has been drafted. It's going to be submitted after review. And this will be the last BUI that needs to be removed before this watershed, this area of concern can be delisted. And there's a delisting celebration being planned for Wednesday, May 26, 2027. On a personal note, I started my career working in the Black River watershed, and the area of concern has been part of that professional conversation. So it's exciting to see something that come to fruition after all the work that we've put into it, right? The Cuyahoga is a little bit further off, but we do have exciting news there. There are various management action plans that are in play. The Gorge Dam removal, huge, lots of money. Old River Channel sediment cleanup and construction, Wood Creek and Little Cuyahoga fish barrier, that should be fish barrier, sorry about that. And then the Euclid Creek spillway. So we still have 4 in the Cuyahoga to delist, or not delist, to remove. Let's get the terminology correct, right? Right, it's always important. So Sarah mentioned that we're going to be we've updated our schedule for the 5-year update. We are moving Lake County to next year and Lorraine County to this upcoming fiscal year. There are several negotiations in play. We've heard one today. There's also the Lorraine County mega site. There's conversations where the mega site is near the Lorraine County Airport. It's within the city of Lorraine's FPA. There's discussions with the county about Lorraine County about developing a new wastewater treatment facility. There's infrastructure improvements needed at the city of Vermilion's wastewater treatment plant that may be cost prohibitive. There's discussions with them between Vermilion and Lorraine County about a new county-owned sewer plant on the west side of Lorraine County. Midfield Schools, we have some conversations about Midfield Schools is currently served by the village of Grafton, and they're looking to expand. If they want to expand their sewer on their property, they'd have to change for an FPA modification in order for the PTI to be approved. So that's why we moved up Lorraine County to the next year 5-year update. I just wanted to give you some images. So at the top is the mega site, and the image below is the mega site mapped with the FPA boundaries. And then a cleaner kind of image on the right is the mega site with kind of anticipated sewer service. So there are many parties in play here with primary and secondary DMAs. And you can see the mega site actually flows over into the city of Illyria's FPA. So not only do we have primary and secondary DMAs that are in play, we have affected jurisdictions. And so this is another reason why we bumped up the 5-year update. We're not sure if we'll see an FPA modification for Midview Schools, but we've met with Midview. We pulled Ohio EPA to the table, and right now, according to Ohio EPA, if they keep their existing lateral tie-in, no PTI is going to be needed for a new concession stand or a new field house. Leaving the existing drawing as it is and tying it as shown would not require a PTI, but if they change their plans, so if we're looking at, the first one would be dashed orange with pink and green, that's okay, but once you get to the blue, the turquoise, then a PTI would be needed. And so the developer has gone back to the table, and we're trying to determine, will they be able to design their infrastructure on site without the need of a PTI? A PTI will need a facility planning area modification. So again, that's why we've changed our schedule. We just think it's prudent, more, and efficient in the way of we're planning for it. We mentioned, I think Sarah mentioned the designated management virtual meeting. June 24th, I think we sent you all an invitation to join the webinar, GoToWebinar. It's from 1:30 to 3. We're going to be hearing from Ohio EPA regarding data center permitting and any updates. Miami Valley Regional Planning Commission is another sister agency. They've done some research about wastewater operator workforce, and they have some findings and recommendations. Maya has indicated that there's a new general permit and NOACA's One Water philosophy, so we're going to update that and probably provide some examples of the messaging that we're thinking about. And then Sarah's going to go into some details that she mentioned about what we can learn from the Medina County 5-year update and the standard operating procedure to track any changes between 5-year updates. To date, this fiscal year, we've prepared 35 consistency review maps, and we've reviewed 123 permits to install. Again, fiscal year is July 1 through June 30th. And as always, we do this work through grant agreement contracts with Ohio EPA and through NOACA's local water quality dues. I can take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody have any questions for Pam?
No questions. Just want to thank Pam and her staff for participating in the sewer shed conversation. I think I mentioned this at the last meeting. Ohio is unique. I think we found that out at the meeting earlier this week that we're doing something that not a lot of regions do in collecting the sewer data and having a actual somewhat regional map of sanitary sewer service areas for a large area. even US EPA admitted this is very hard to get. That's where they're modeling it, because each one is their keeps their own data as a kingdom of their own, fiefdom, so to speak. So it's really hard to get don't even think about a statewide, sewer map, let alone even a countywide or, multiple jurisdiction map. So what you guys are doing is starting to pay off, me recognize. And again, I appreciate your input. And I think it's the start of a really good relationship between not only Ohio EPA, which you guys have always had, but with our modeling folks, with what they're doing with nutrient mass balance, as well as now US EPA. So again, thank you.
All right, if any other discussion, questions? All right, well, thank you, Pam. We'll move on. We'll move on to reports and updates. Watershed activity updates. Are there any reports or updates?
I'll just quickly note, and building off of Pam's presentation, thank you for the Cuyahoga AOC shout out. We have received a grant from Glen Poe, the Great Lakes National Program Office, to support the Mayfield Stream Restoration Project, specifically phase 3 of the project. So that's going to be kicking off in July with an RFQ going out. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Talk again.
Eric?
I just want to point out the contracts for you guys is next. State and federal grants to do two-way planning were sent out Friday. I want to thank Liz and Sarah and the staff because they pointed out a issue in the boilerplate that we were not aware of at Ohio EPA with regards to a change in state law that is affecting specifically NOACA as your organization structure is different than the other area wides because you're county based. So we were not aware of that change. So we appreciate that, and I think we will come to an agreement on language that we put in that we're all comfortable with. So I appreciate that. And so you should be good to go once the contracts are signed for your start date on July 1st. So thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Anything else?
Hi. Hi, I'm Heather Elmer with Sugar and River Watershed Partners, and just wanted to share with the committee and all the guests today that our organization is celebrating a 30-year anniversary this year, and we're thank you, and really celebrating the partnership with many, many communities and nonprofit organizations, soil and water conservation districts all across Northeast Ohio and across NOACA's service area. We'll have a number of events to mark this milestone, but one of them will be on Monday, August 24th. We're organizing a few bus tours of park and restoration projects that we've done in the Sugar and River watershed, but in other watersheds across Northeast Ohio as well. And we'll make sure to get that announcement out widely and welcome anyone who's interested in joining us.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, moving on. All right, old business. Is there any any old business? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on. Is there any new business? Keep moving. All right. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll motion.
Thank you. A second? All in favor? Any opposed? Meeting's adjourned.